next court exhibit.
Thank you. Since the court addressed the issue yesterday evening, the state has been made aware that this particular post has been shared a number of times. And it is of concern for the state for the integrity of this case that.
I understand all that. That's in your pleas, but there's a trade-off to that. If you then kind of make it an issue, then I think that you draw attention that may not necessarily need to. If somebody reacts because of that attention, then I'll go ahead and deal with the other issues at that point.
But Your Honor, this time we don't know. It's very possible that any of these jurors could have had contact from family members who saw that post, from anyone who may have texted them, inadvertently texted them about this image, and that may impair on their ability to be fair.
I'm just not going to weird them out. And that's the last I'll say about it at this point in time. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Like I said, if you have additional information that you'd like me to consider at that point, I'll go ahead and move to step 2.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. Anybody here need to take comfort? You got 5 minutes as well. Okay. So we'll be in recess until that time. I just want to make sure you file it, okay? I'm gonna...
Shut the door, Ms. Lowe.
Yeah, okay, I mean, I've signed the order.
Okay, then the file itself is what we need to take.
Yes, you do. Yeah, I just need to make sure you give me a copy so that I can mark it as a court exhibit for our conversation, okay? Okay, all right. All right, yes.
Before you call the jury back in, can I just ask for purposes of the record that I have a continuing objection?
You may, sir. You certainly may.
Ask for a continuing objection to any testimonial statement that does not have anything to do with Mr. Williams and the indictment.
Well, it may go to other reasons, so I'm gonna overrule that, but I'll note your objection for your continuing objection, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, summon our jurors first, please. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, Ms. Love, you can continue the examination, Ms. Rosser, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Rosser, you were in the process of explaining to the jury your responsibilities as a house mom, and you were talking, the last thing that you were stating was about what happens at the end of the night with respect to the money and your responsibilities.
Right, and we close out by the manager and I meet in the office and we close out the books and then we leave.
All right. And if you could raise your voice up to that level that you had it before.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. That's fine. And is that a practice as a house mom that you do every night that you are working or on duty at the business?
That is a practice I do every night since I have been with this company, since I have been a house mom. Well, I've only been a house mom for them. So every night, that is the same practice we go through every night.
And you were talking about working or having opened up the Pink Pony South.
I was helped open it. I was, we hired, they brought on staff to open it up, and I was one of the original staff brought on to open the Pink Pony South.
At some point, did you also become a house mom at another location?
Well, in 2011, Pink Pony South was having issues with Forest Park, and it looked like they were going to close Pink Pony South, so they moved me to the Gold Rush, which is on Metropolitan Parkway.
What is the address on Metropolitan Parkway?
Our address is 2608 Metropolitan Parkway.
So when was it that you started working at Gold Rush?
In November of 2011.
Now tell the jury a little bit about what your duties were at the Gold Rush and By that, I mean the times that you worked and what you did when you went.
It was the house mowing process is the same at all of our clubs.
Okay.
Across, yes, we do everything the same. Paperwork's the same. Wednesdays, every night, I leave my house about 7:30, get there at about 8 o'clock. That's when night shift starts. Thursday morning, we'll close the shift Thursday and Friday morning between 5 to 6. I'll get out Saturday and Sunday morning anywhere from 7 to 8:30 or 9.
So it's a 12-hour shift for you?
Towards the weekends, it is. We run more girls. Every girl does have to pass. I have more paperwork. And I'll let them stay there and at least try to pass and give them time to pass. And then when I go, if they haven't been able to pass, then we get them a ride to make sure they get home safely.
Okay. How visible are you within the gold rush from the time that you go in to the time that you leave?
Not visible at all. I come in, I go in back. I usually come out maybe once, and no one would ever know I'm there the rest of the night.
And when you leave, let me go back. Case number 2013-01-0272 that has been provided in discovery.
All right.
May I approach?
You may, madam.
If you would, just reading page 1 at the top. And if it does not refresh your memory, that's fine. But just let me know if it does.
Okay, thank you.
And you're welcome to come through any other.
Let us know when you finish, Ms. Rosser, okay?
Thank you, I will. Yes, sir.
And you can continue to flip through. You don't have to stop at.
Judge, if I may, if it'll help things along, I'm sticking with it was Friday, the double day of the week. Yeah, no objection.
Your Honor, I appreciate that, but if it doesn't refresh the witnesses.
No, it did. Thank you very much.
All right, okay.
So, Ms. Rosser, if it is a Friday,
Right.
if that's the day of the week that it was, what is it that your schedule would have been on that day?
It says it was 4:30 in the morning. That was early. It's January. That wouldn't be unheard of. That's a little slower time of year. It's seasonal, just like any type of work like that. So that isn't surprising. So the schedule still would have been the same as far as the paperwork, checking out all of the young ladies, waiting on everyone to breathalyze, and then closing out the books. At which point I would have had left to go home.
Now, when you left to go home, are you usually escorted to your car, or do you go to your car by yourself? What is the practice that you usually followed back then?
Valet usually pulls the few of us who are left. He pulls our cars up in front of the front door. There's security still inside and security outside. So we have security outside, security inside. And I just walk out and get in my car myself. It's usually right. I step out our front door, walk a couple of feet, and my he parks it so that I can get into it and drive off.
And are you carrying things in your arms normally, or is someone else bringing your things to the car for you?
No, I carry my own things.
Okay. And this particular night, or morning rather, so this would have been Thursday night, you would have worked into Friday morning?
That is correct.
So this particular morning, as you're leaving to get into your car, do you recall what it is that you're carrying with you and taking to the car?
Well, I know I would have had my purse and a lunchbox. I take food because I eat every 3 hours. And I had my backpack that night because my daughter had an engagement party, and my dad had passed a year prior. And so, I think it was a year prior. And I had brought my camera. Phones didn't do back then what they do now. I brought my camera to upload pictures. And I had a CD of my dad in there. I'm sorry. And I was going to do some things with the CD of my dad because those nights are usually a little laid back and I have some extra time. So that's what I would have had. And every night I have my purse and my lunchbox. I don't normally have the backpack.
And so you go and get in your car, and are you alone, or is there someone accompanying you as you get into your car?
No, I get in my car by myself. I drive off by myself.
And when you drive off by yourself, would you tell the jury generally the route that you would take?
Oh, yes. I live on the parking lot, left on the Metropolitan, right, and then I take the interstate and head south towards Newman.
Which interstate?
I-85, and I live off exit 51, so I always take exit 51. I then go right. I don't know, it's maybe a half a mile. There's a railroad and a red light. I stop there or not, turn left, and go on down. I think it's about 12 miles it was at the time until you get to my subdivision where I lived at the time.
And so how long was the drive generally from your workplace to your home? Or actually, let's go back and say from your workplace to the place where you were stopped that morning?
That actually it was very close to my house. It is about 35 minutes, about a 35-minute drive.
During this time of the morning, do you notice whether or not there are a lot of cars on the road or not so many cars on the road?
Usually they're not. It's a peaceful drive home.
And did you notice anything at all as you were driving home that would have seemed out of the ordinary at all?
I did not, no.
Would you then tell the jury what kind of car it was that you were driving?
It actually was a 2012 Chevrolet Malibu. We had just bought it. My daughter had just bought it, actually. It was her car. So I had driven her car to work.
Did it have any kind of special features like OnStar?
It did. It did have OnStar. The car had OnStar. I had not had time to activate the OnStar system.
And did it have its tag yet?
Oh my, I don't remember.
All right. So as you're driving your daughter's car home, would you tell the jury what, if anything, happened that you remember from that night as you drove home that morning?
I don't remember anything. Usually, like I said, I work 3 jobs. It's a peaceful time of morning. I usually have my radio on. It's a decompressing time for me. It's just time to think, meditate. And I'm probably, so anyone following me, I would have been oblivious. That's my time.
Did something interrupt your decompression?
Well, yes. When I turned into the subdivision, the entrance I would normally take, one travels about 3 car lengths, at which point you have a dead end and the option to turn left or right. And I stopped at the stop sign and I felt someone hit me. I looked up and saw a car. I didn't want to block the entrance, so I pulled on to the right, which is the direction I would have taken to go home anyway. So I turned to the right, stopped, got out of my car, turned it off. I left my keys and everything in my car. The subdivision in which I was living at the time, a lot of Delta people worked there. People were coming and going all hours of the day and night. I mean, women would be pushing babies in strollers 5:30 in the morning out running. So I thought nothing of it. I got out and turned the car off, like I said, left the door open, everything in the car. I walked towards the back of the car. A young man got out of his car. I greeted him. He greeted me. I looked down at the bumper and saw no damage. And I really, at that point, was going to look up and say, honey, I'm tired. I'm going home. You go home. And as I looked up, I saw someone in his car rising up, and he was running around me. I guess my mind knew something was about to happen, something that wasn't good, but it happened so fast. He got in my car, and because of the backpack, my mind just focused on the backpack. I opened the back left passenger's door, thinking I could reach into the front seat and get the backpack, and the backpack, because it had my daddy's CD in it and my camera. So I reached in to get that, and I guess instinct, I don't know, God said, just let it go. So I stepped back and actually shut the door myself, and he drove off. At that point, I think the other car had already gone. So I ran to the house directly in front of where I'd stopped, banging on the door, yelling. No one came to that door, so I went to the next house. A gentleman and his wife came to the door. They let me in. I do remember it was cool that morning. They called my husband for me, and then law enforcement was called. The Newnan Police Department was called.
What was the subdivision name?
Avery Park Subdivision.
And do you remember the address of the place where the police were called to?
I do not know the address of where. I know it was on the report. I don't remember the address.
Is 181 Baldwin Court in Newnan, Georgia, a location that's familiar to you?
That would have been in Avery Park. So that's Baldwin Court is that first road, the road I would have taken coming in.
You said that women are generally sometimes pushing their babies in strollers around 5 o'clock in the morning. So it's around 4:29, 4:30 in the morning. Do you remember what the atmosphere was like?
It was quiet. I mean, it was early, but like I said, people are coming and going at all times of the day and night there. So.
And what did you mean when you said Delta people live there?
A lot of Delta employees.
Delta Airlines?
Delta Airlines, yes.
Is the lighting, is it lit inside the subdivision or is it dark?
It is lit, yes. The subdivision is well lit, yes.
Approximately how long did the interaction with the people who took your car take place?
It was just me literally stepping out to greet him and the young man greeting me. I mean, in my mind at that time, it's a fender bender. Most accidents aren't on purpose, so I'm going to greet someone.
Now, you were never asked to identify anyone or anything like that, right? Or were you?
I was not, no.
And Were you never shown any lineups or anything like that?
I was not.
However, were you able to at least observe a general description of the person that did that?
I was, because I'm 5'8". He was slightly shorter than me. Not thin, but a little smaller young man.
Were you able to discern what ethnicity or race this person
He
was?
was a black young man.
Okay.
Well, he looked to be black. I could not say he was for certainty. He looked to me like a black young man.
Okay. And do you recall his general age that he appeared to be?
He seemed really young. He did seem young. I would say early 20s, to mid 20s. I know kids around that age, for a span there, they don't age at all, so one wouldn't know.
Right. Did you notice anything about his hair or clothing or anything else like that?
I did not.
Okay.
I did not.
You mentioned someone rising up in the other car.
Right.
What did you mean by that?
Someone apparently was bent over, because when I got out, he was the only person in the car, but then I saw someone lean up and slide towards the driver's seat. At that time, he was running around me. I could not have even discerned whether or not it was a male or female.
So the interaction lasted less than 5 minutes, is that fair?
Oh, much less than 5 minutes.
And you did never stare at the person, did you, or was there a?
No, because like I said, I greeted him and immediately looked to see, because it was my daughter's car and she hadn't had it for, I think, a week. So I looked down to see how much damage I had done to her car. And then he was running past me. So literally our interaction was me saying, "Hello, how are you?" And he said, "Hello, ma'am," or whatever he said.
After that, did you take any steps to try to have the car located?
I had told Noonan Police that this car did have OnStar, and my cell phone was in there too. They didn't, I guess they did not attempt to call OnStar. I called the dealership because a couple of days later I realized my check for the down payment on the car was going to bounce.
Why?
Because I had to cancel all of my accounts. I had to cancel all of my credit cards. I had my daughter's checkbook in there. I was joined on her account at the time. So I had to cancel all of our bank accounts, all our credit cards. And then it occurred to me, they're going to get a bounce check. I don't want the law coming after me for a bounce check. So I called the dealership to let them know what had happened. The lady asked me if I had contacted OnStar. And I said I have not, because I have not had time to activate the OnStar. And she said, "Ma'am, you don't have to have it activated. OnStar can find your car." So I called OnStar. I do know I worked that night. I don't remember. I think they called me on the way to work and told me they had found my car. I don't know if they called law enforcement or if I called them. I don't remember, but law enforcement was called, and OnStar told them where my car was located.
And do you remember the date that happened when OnStar called and told you that your car was located?
No, ma'am, that was 10 years ago. Oh my.
That's fair enough. I'm going to show you what we have marked as State's Exhibit 4 Alpha. That's uppercase alpha and 5 alpha that has been shown to defense. Your Honor, may I approach?
I'm sorry, I've got it on, can I be with one judge?
Sure.
Go up there. All right, that's fine, I have no objection.
Okay.
Show you.
Do you recognize this vehicle?
Yes, Yes, that is my daughter's vehicle.
Now, are 4A and 5A accurate representations of the vehicle that was taken from you the night you just described for the jury?
That is correct.
Okay. Your Honor, the state tenders 4A and 5A as evidence.
Any objection, sir?
None whatsoever.
All right, 4A and 5A are admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Ms. Rosser, in the photograph depicted in 4A, was that your residence where the vehicle is parked?
That is not my residence.
Did you ever take that vehicle to that residence?
No, I did not.
When you were speaking with police, when you initially made your report to the police, do you remember telling them that you slowed down because of the weather or the roads being slippery and noticed headlights in your rear view?
I don't remember that. But if the road was slippery, I would have slowed down.
And would showing you the narrative from the report that I just showed you, would it refresh your memory as to that?
I actually had read that when you handed it to me earlier, and I did not remember, but obviously I did tell them that.
Do you recall the size, the weight that you gave to the officers as to approximately how big the person was that took your car?
I actually can still remember him because he looked like any average young man. I mean, he didn't look like a football player. He was, oh my goodness. Just like I said, probably he was at least 5'7", shorter than me. Not thin build, just an average build.
And do you recall saying that he was about 130? Was that your words or was that the officer?
That would be about right for his weight, for his size, as well as I remember him. That would be about right.
Do you recall how much money it was that was in your purse at the time?
I know it was over $1,000 or more. And then I had checks because I do own a fitness center. Some of my members of my gym had written me checks for the gym memberships. So I had checks from other people in my purse.
Do you recall telling the police it was about $2,000?
Objection to the leading.
If I show you the report,
I sustain the objection.
would it refresh your memory as to about how much you said?
That would be about right.
Okay. And the other items that you said were inside your vehicle, would you repeat what those were?
My laptop was in a backpack, a laptop backpack. I had a laptop, which is a custom order laptop because my degree's in math. It was a PC, a custom order PC, and I think I paid about $3,200 for it. I had a camera. I had, like I said, in my lunch bag, I had my purse, my checkbook, my daughter's checkbook, cash, checks from the gym members, my credit cards, my driver's license, and my social security card.
Did you have an iPhone?
I did have an iPhone. That is correct.
Did you try to use your iPhone or iCloud account to locate your car?
I did not use it to try and locate the car. I did try and find my phone and to no avail.
What do you mean to no avail?
We couldn't find it. It was just not even registering at all. So
Was it on at the time that your car was taken?
I'm almost certain I would have had it on. I keep, because I have kids, I work a lot, I keep my phone on. So I guess at the time that they had turned it off because I could not locate it.
That Thursday night leading into the Friday morning when your car was taken, were there patrons in the club?
Oh,
Were there people, were there
I'm sure there were. I could not tell
I
you.
promise you, I'm not going to ask you who all was in the.
I was going to say, I cannot give you a quantity, a number. I could not tell you.
Are you able to tell the jury, generally, are there any age groups or specific demographics that visit the club, or is it a broad spectrum?
No, we actually have a very mixed customer base. It is the age range, the ethnicity. We have a range.
So are there young Black people, young white people, older Black people?
All of the above. We get Blacks, Asians, Hispanics, whites. We get young people, we get middle-aged people, we get men, we get women. We have quite a diversity among our customer base.
And are you at all familiar with, or were you at all acquainted with anyone by the name of Trontavious Stevens?
Not of which I'm aware. We have a few customers that I come in, they'll hug my neck, the regulars, Hayden's, Melissa. I don't know people's names. I'm not out there long enough to know a name.
So you are, when you spoke earlier about the fact that you're rarely in the club or visible, when you speak about coming there and hugging customers' necks, when does that happen?
When I get there, when my shift starts, because sometimes there are regulars in there, and I'm 55. I'm like mom to them, so they're all going to hug Miss Melissa's neck and ask, and they're sweet. I mean, we have amazing customers at our club.
And when you leave, do you generally tell your customers goodbye, or are there generally no customers left?
There are no customers. We know the young ladies have an option to either leave prior to, when we do last call, at that point, young ladies are not allowed to leave until the parking lot is cleared of all customers. No staff is allowed to leave until the parking lot is cleared of all customers, and that is for their safety, because we have a barricade. There's only one way in and one way out.
And what time is it that the club would have closed and all customers would have been required to leave?
We do last call at 2:45. All customers have to be out by 3. No exceptions. That's the law.
And if all customers were out by 3, what time would you have gone out, like left?
If that incident occurred at 4:30, I would have had to have left about 3:55 that morning. Because I was in my subdivision and within a half a mile of my own house.
As far as the parking lot is concerned, how wide or how large is the parking lot of the Gold?
Objection, irrelevance.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that question because I'm going to next ask her, did she pay any attention to whether or not anyone was on the perimeter of it, or did she even see that?
She's already testified that there was no one there at the time she
I object.
no exception.
Okay, all right, okay. I'm going to sustain the objection. Just move on, all right?
Sure. And you said that you left and you got in the car, you didn't notice anything, but was there anything on the perimeter of the parking lot? Anything at all that caught your attention, or nothing at all?
I really don't pay attention. I mean, when I walk out, I notice like the manager's car, security is usually there, a foreman, cars of any young ladies who have not been able to pass the breathalyzer. They leave their cars because we do have overnight security. As far as the perimeter, behind us is a trailer park. If you're exiting our club, to the left would be a trailer park. Directly in front is a liquor store, and to the right is Metropolitan. So as far as the parking lots where the liquor store and everything is, I wouldn't have paid attention because there, again, can be cars in and out across the road. There's parking, and there are cars there throughout the night, and when we leave in the morning sometimes. So I would have paid that no attention either.
Now, I asked you whether or not you knew a Trontavious Stevens. Are you at all familiar with, or have you ever had any reason to be at 2612 Old Hateville Road?
No, I don't know where Hateville Road is.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. The best may have some questions.
Cross.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Adams.
Yes, sir. Ross, good morning, man.
Good morning, how are
You
you?
okay?
I'm blessed, thank you.
All right, you and I have not met before, true?
That is a true statement.
All right, and so I want to ask you just a couple questions.
Yes, sir.
And I know that this case we've been discussing, the incident which happened back in 2013, right?
That is correct.
10 years ago, roughly.
Yes.
I want to ask about this case. Some questions about this case that you're here for. So, you were a house mom back in 2013, right?
That is correct.
This incident you've been questioned about occurred in Noonan, Georgia, where you live.
That is correct.
That location is about a half an hour or so away, maybe a little bit more, from where you were.
That is correct.
When you left the club that night and you went to Noonan, you drove to Noonan, you did not notice anyone following you, anything like that.
No, sir.
One of the things you testified to a little while ago, correct me if I'm wrong, and if I say anything wrong, please correct me, right? You said that the customers are gone by the time you leave the location.
That is correct.
They're cleared out. I think your words were no exception, right?
That is correct, yes, sir.
So when you talk to the officers later on in regards to that incident, nothing to suggest that there was you didn't see anyone following you when you left the club, right?
I would not have been aware of anyone, no, sir.
Right. In fact, the first time that you noticed anything, according to the police report that Madam Prosecutor showed you a little while ago, was when you were actually in Noonan, close to your home, correct?
Correct.
You saw lights in your rear view, and you actually, you kind of caught your attention because you thought, hey, I'm driving slow, and you thought the person behind you, the lights coming up on you might be kind of irritated that you were driving slow. You remember telling the police that?
I really do not even remember that part of it,
Okay.
and I apologize. But if I told him that, then I'm certain, and that does sound like something I would say.
Okay, and listen, no need to apologize. We're just asking what you remember, just trying to get a sense of what's relevant.
Objection, Your Honor, as to relevance.
Let's stay in the objection.
Thank you.
Rephrase, sir.
Oh, yes, sir. All right, so back to the facts of what happened. Someone hit you from the back.
Yes, sir.
You get out of the car.
Yes.
You see a young man, kind of nondescript looking young man, right?
Correct.
5'7"
Yes, sir.
130-ish pounds, a small guy.
Yes, sir.
Maybe a little smaller than me.
Probably a little smaller. Yes, sir.
Give me 5'8".
I look, I don't want to hurt you. I'm trying not to step on your toes on that one. Okay.
And I appreciate that too. But this kid gets out of the car.
Yes, sir.
And he says something to you on the effects of you said, oh, he said, yes, ma'am, or something like that. All right?
He greeted me. I don't remember if he said, hello, ma'am, or how are you? He greeted me. I greeted him. He greeted me in return.
You're in the back looking at your car. And he, in the meantime, goes around, jumps in your car, and takes off.
He circles up on the curb and, yes, sir, he turns around and takes off back out the direction in which we had come in.
You don't know where that kid in the car he was in came from, right?
Oh, correct. No.
I mean, this is Noonan, so, whether, this kid came from Noonan or from wherever, you don't know. The only thing you know is that this happened about 35 or 40 minutes away from where you work in Atlanta, right?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
You didn't recognize this kid coming out of the car, did you?
No, sir.
Okay. You cannot say, hey, look, I saw him before. That face looks familiar. Not at all.
No.
Okay. Your car is gone at that point, and you ultimately end up talking to the police. True?
True.
Okay. you speak to the police, and you told them what happened. You told them about the car having OnStar, and about 6 days later is when you're notified, whether by the police or someone, that the car had been recovered or found. True?
True.
Okay. You don't know, right? I mean, frankly, what happened to the car in that 6-day period of time, right?
That is correct. No, sir, I did not.
You have no way of knowing. You can't testify that it went through 1 pair of hands, 5 pair of hands, 6 people went to however many different cities. We just don't know, right?
That's true. Yes, sir.
All we know is that at some point the car was found somewhere in Atlanta, right?
Correct.
Okay. You were never called upon. I know you were asked this a little bit earlier. You were never called upon to come and identify anyone who was found in possession of the car, right?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
You were never told by anyone, by police, law enforcement, that anyone was found in possession of the car.
At some point, I received a call. They had found my car. It actually was sometime later. I was given 2 names because they did ask me if I knew the names. I wrote the names down and did not recognize the names. So that is the extent of it.
Right. And certainly there was never a time when the police said, hey, you know what? I want you to come in here, take a look at this picture, and see if you identify anyone. That never happened.
No, sir, that did not happen.
All right. One of the things that you were asked about a little bit earlier, I only got a couple more questions for you, just a few more questions. Friday is when this happened, like Thursday going into Friday, right?
Right.
And what I heard you say earlier is that day was like any other day, correct?
Oh, yes, sir.
It was kind of slow. Didn't appear to be anything unusual going on in the club.
Right.
When you are there at work, I think your words were, I'm not that visible. You're kind of in the back. You're not really out there mingling with folks. Folks don't really see you, right?
No, they did not. That is correct.
To use your words, no one ever knows you're there.
But most of them do not. I really come in at 8. And like I said earlier, I might go back out on the floor one time. I often have to go to the office once for something. Shortly after getting there, I can't give you a time frame, within an hour after getting there, probably. But after that, I do not go back out on the floor, no, sir.
Okay. And there was nothing, in this case, on this particular day, go to work, you're there, right?
Yes, sir.
Nothing really happens. Nothing out of the ordinary, right?
Correct.
You don't see anyone looking at you.
Oh, no, sir.
You don't see anyone walking out or walking around the perimeter of this location when you're leaving, because everyone's gone, right?
That is correct.
You get in your car, and something happens down in Noonan, Georgia.
That is correct.
All right. That's it.
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, ma'am.
Any redirect, madam?
I don't know if any other.
Oh, I'm sorry. Any other examination? Ms. Sharp?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Williams? Mr. Matthews?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Weinstein?
No, Your Honor.
Is Kwame Mr. Moore? No, Your Honor.
Ms. Westmoreland? All right. I think that's it then. Okay, all
I
right.
have great regret. Ms. Rosser, just a couple of questions following up from Mr. Adams. Mr. Adams mentioned where you worked in Atlanta, and I neglected to ask you when you said 2608 Metropolitan Parkway. That is in Atlanta in Fulton County, is that right?
Yes, yes, ma'am. That is the address to the Gold Rush.
And you said you did not know and had not visited 2612 Old Hayville Road. Do you have any idea how far 2608 Metropolitan Highway is from Old Hayville Road in general?
I have no idea.
Okay.
And finally, you said when you were asked on cross-examination by Mr. Adams, no one knows that you're there. Is that sort of a generality, or is that literally you're meaning nobody knows that you're there?
Just a generality. I mean, the young ladies know I'm there. The regulars know I'm there. But so no one, being a universal modifier is not actually appropriate. People know I'm there, but most of the customer base, many would not know I was there.
Thank you, Ms. Ross. That's all I have.
Anything further, councils?
No, sir.
All right. May Ms. Rosser be permanently or temporarily excused a witness?
Yes, John, thank you.
Permanent?
Permanently.
All right. Ms. Rosser, I'm going to permanently excuse you as a witness. I appreciate your patience with us. Don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Thank you
All
very
right. Thank you, madam. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, how you doing? We good?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Call your next witness.
In the case of Captain Pettis, there was a request regarding cameras.
All right. Members of the media, would it be appropriate, or could I ask your assistance in not filming? You may do audio or video, audio of our next witness, but the court would ask that you not film him, okay? All right, thank you very much, appreciate it. Okay, can we summon Captain Pettis or Officer Pettis? Ms. Love, what's the first name of your witness, or Ms. Hilton, what's the first name of your witness, please?
Did the court hear?
Reginald?
Yes.
Thank you. Captain Pettis, good morning, sir. Sir, I'm up here. If you could please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you'd be so kind to turn and face Sergeant Ingram and be sworn as a witness before you sit down, sir.
Raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony to give you the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? I do. Have a seat. State and spell your first and last name for me.
My first name is Reginald, Reginald. The last name is Pettis, Pettis.
Good morning, Captain Pettis.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Captain Pettis, would you please introduce yourself to the jury and tell them where it is that you currently work?
Good morning. I'm Captain Reginald Pettis. I am assigned to Zone 3 of the Atlanta Police Department.
And Captain Pettis, I'm surprised I don't have to tell you this, but I will need you to talk up a little bit louder.
Okay.
I can barely hear you back here.
All right.
The jury's barely hear you. So you're assigned to Zone 3?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Would you tell the jury what area of Atlanta Zone 3 encompasses?
Southeast Atlanta.
And you can look at them, talk to them.
Okay.
Southeast Atlanta, the border of Zone 3.
The rough border would be south of I-20, west of Moreland Avenue, and east of Murphy Avenue, with the southmost border being 285.
How long have you been the captain of that zone?
Since May 24th, 2022.
Now, prior to May 24, 2022, and at this time, are you currently certified as a law enforcement officer by the Police Officer Standards and Training Council of Georgia?
Yes,
And how long have you been so certified?
17 years.
So prior to working or being promoted, I suppose, to captain of Zone 3, what was your position there?
I was the unit commander of our Homeland Security unit.
Now, would you tell the jury what responsibilities that you currently hold as captain of that zone?
I'm the assistant zone commander, meaning that the major is the zone commander. I handle most of the day-to-day operations and the staffing of the zone.
And what did you do as unit commander of the Homeland Security Unit?
I oversaw a unit that consists of intelligence analysts, investigators, and technical investigators that have proficiency in all things computer related.
And how many investigators did you, how many persons were you responsible for overseeing?
Approximately 12, including 2 sergeants.
Approximately how many?
12.
How long did you work as unit commander of Homeland Security?
For about 2.5 years.
Where were you positioned when you were unit commander? Working in the same place, Zone 3?
No, ma'am, we were in the headquarters building, 226 Peachtree.
And before that, where did you work?
I was in the Auto Crimes Enforcement Unit,
How long did you work there?
about 6 months.
And from what date to what date were you in the Auto Crimes Enforcement Unit?
Approximately January of 2020 until May of 2020.
Before that, what were your responsibilities?
As the ACE unit commander of the Auto Crimes Enforcement Unit, we were a traffic unit mainly, and our goal was to stop people from stealing cars, and once they stole cars, to interdict them and arrest those people.
What's interdict?
Figure out who they are, where they're going next, just gather intelligence on them. And then at the tail end of my tenure there, we really were being tasked with a lot of street racer enforcement because it was 2020 and everybody was in the house and that's what they were doing.
Those are the times.
Yeah.
Prior to January of 2020, what did you do with the Atlanta Police Department?
I got promoted to lieutenant in January of 2019. I was assigned to Zone 2 as the day watch commander. Then I got moved to the administrative unit commander in Zone 2, and then to the criminal investigations division of Zone 2.
And what were your responsibilities with the criminal investigations division of Zone 2?
Well, back then we had our investigators assigned each zone, as opposed to now where they're all collected together at headquarters. So I supervised the investigations that took place in Zone 2.
Prior to January 2019, where did you work?
I was a sergeant. I was assigned to Zone 5.
When did you start working as a sergeant in Zone 5?
Approximately July of 2014.
And before then, what were you assigned to do?
Before that, I was an investigator assigned to Zone 3.
Is Old Hateville Road in Zone 3?
Yes.
Specifically is 20. Six 12 Old Hateville Road in Zone 3.
Yes.
And is 2608 Metropolitan Parkway in Zone 3.
Yes.
Do you have any idea approximately how far apart those two addresses are?
No, ma'am, not without looking at a map.
Okay, come back to that. So you were an investigator in Zone 3 in January of 2013?
I believe so.
Okay. You said before you became a sergeant in Zone 5 in 2014 that you were an investigator in Zone 3.
Then before that, an officer in Zone 3.
Okay. Tell me when you started working as an officer and when you started working as an investigator.
I got to Zone 3 approximately July of 2010. I worked as an officer in Zone 3, and so I got promoted to an investigator in Zone 3, which was the end of January of 2013.
Tell the jury a little bit about the responsibilities and duties you had as an officer in Zone 3.
As an officer, your main priorities are responding to 911 calls. Secondarily, you are to interdict crime, and you can do that in a variety of ways. Usually, officers utilize the traffic stop and the suspicious person stop. We also perform what we call directed patrols, which is an area that is known to be a high crime area. So officers might pull into the parking lot there, turn their blue lights on, and complete their paperwork there. So we do response to 911 calls, proactive work, and deterrence efforts to prevent crime.
Were you always working in uniform during your time in Zone 3 in 2013?
No.
And on what occasion would you have to not be in uniform?
When I was assigned to the crime suppression unit, we would split the unit between uniformed officers and officers that were in plainclothes. The latter part of my tenure, I was assigned to the plainclothes part of that unit. We would perform various tasks in plainclothes. Some of them would be related to narcotics activity. Some of them would be related to general crimes, or what crime was trending that week and what area it was trending in. So a lot of time we would act as the eyes and then call in uniformed officers to make stops.
Now, do you recall January 25th of 2013?
Yes.
Specifically as it relates to an incident that occurred at 2612 Old Hazel Road. What were you working on that day?
I was.
And in what capacity were you working?
I was working in a plainclothes capacity, driving an unmarked civilian vehicle.
Now, what was it that took your attention to 2612 Old Hazel Road?
We received information from our dispatcher that OnStar was tracking a vehicle that was taken in a carjacking, and it was in the general vicinity of Zone 3. And one of the beat officers let us know that he located the vehicle, and it was parked at this apartment complex.
And so, how long after you got that notification did you do anything like respond?
My partner and I got to the apartment complex parking lot maybe 10, 15 minutes later.
Okay.
We located the vehicle, and we parked in a position that we could keep our eyes on it in case somebody came back to the vehicle.
I'm going to show you what has already been admitted as evidence and marked as State's Exhibits 4A and 5A. And ask you if you recall whether or not those photographs depict the vehicle that you were calling in to look for.
They do.
So what do you do as you get into the complex to respond to this call?
After parking, to keep eyes on the vehicle to see who returned to it, it's pretty much a waiting game at that point. We hadn't determined yet how long we were going to wait to see if somebody came to the vehicle. I think it took about 45 minutes before we saw the vehicle drive past us. So we had initially not seen who entered the vehicle and drove it away, but the apartment complex is constructed in a way that the parking lot is like a big circle. So the vehicle came back past us and reversed into its parking spot that it previously occupied.
Okay. How far away from you was the parking spot where the vehicle backed into?
I don't recall, but we were close enough that we could make out a general description of the driver.
What was the general description of the driver?
Black male with black clothing and a do-rag.
Okay. What kind of do-rag?
I believe it was black in color.
What did that person do once they pulled in?
Well, I drove closer to the vehicle to get a better description of the driver and to try to see what apartment they were walking into. So as I did that, the driver turned and looked at us. So we were made at that point, most likely. So we saw the driver.
I'm gonna object to
Basis.
person being made.
Basis.
Speculation.
I'm gonna overrule the objection, sir, at this point in time.
Go ahead, please.
So we saw the driver walk into the building, and then a short time later, several other people exited the building.
What, if any, apartment or building or unit did they walk out of? Do you know?
I believe it is apartment number 7.
And at this point, how far away from the vehicle that you were surveilling were you seated?
Approximately 10 feet.
What happened after that?
After the driver entered the building, several other males exited. They looked at my partner and myself in our vehicle, and they began motioning for us to roll our window down. They were shouting obscenities while doing so.
Now, what were the ethnicities or races of the other persons who came out of the building?
Black males.
Do you remember any general description of the persons who were yelling obscenities?
It would just be that they were probably all under 25 years old or around that age.
And why, do you know why they were yelling obscenities?
Objection or speculation?
I sustain the objection.
I would draw that because you don't know what's in their head, but what obscenities were they yelling at you?
I did not roll the window down to the best of my recollection. There was some middle fingers. There were some gang signs being thrown. I cannot tell you what they were, but it was aggression was the general gist of it.
All right. So what did you do upon the showing of this aggression?
At first, I did nothing, and then one of the males, who was the most I would say violent with his hand signals, his signs being thrown, and his motioning for me to roll down the window, lifted his waistband to show us that he had a pistol in his pants.
And what did he do at that point?
He pulled the pistol from his pants and held it down beneath his waistline while pointing the barrel at myself and my partner.
What did you do at that point?
I drove away. I drove toward the front of the apartment complex, and then we communicated with our uniformed officers that we call a takedown team that we needed assistance. We circled around the parking lot because we saw the suspect who pointed the gun at us run away from the parking lot. I believe that he ran the opposite direction from the street. So we're traveling one way toward the street and he's running the other way. We drove around the apartment complex, as I explained before. It's set up like a circle or a U. And we saw him coming back in to the apartment complex through a hole in the fence. So he'd already made it outside of the fence and he was coming back in.
When you all saw him coming back in, what happened?
There was another vehicle that was traveling around the U. He flagged that vehicle down and then jumped in through the front passenger seat.
Then what happened?
The vehicle drove back out of the complex. By that time, one of our marked units had made it into the area, and the suspect exited the vehicle. The vehicle just stopped in the middle of the roadway, and the suspect got out of the front passenger seat and began walking away from the vehicle. And at that time, the two uniformed officers who were in the takedown vehicle were able to take him into custody.
Were there any items collected that had been discarded by that person?
Yes, we called in the assistance of a K-9 officer. It was from a railroad police department, might have been CSX. I'm sure it's in the report. And myself and my partner searched the wooded area where we saw the suspect re-enter the apartment complex. The K-9 was able to find a firearm that had been placed inside of a bucket.
And was that firearm the same description as the one that the person had pulled out after showing you the violent gains or hand signs?
Yes, ma'am. I was able to identify it as the same weapon.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 2 Alpha and 3 Alpha. As defense does not need to take any look at it, I'll show it to you and ask you if you recognize 2A and 3A.
I recognize them as being the gun that was on scene at the time.
Okay. Are those fair and accurate reflections of the firearm that you collected?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state tenders 2A and 3A as evidence.
Any objection to 2A or 3A? Mr. Adams or anybody else?
I'll be happy to wait.
Anybody else?
No, Your Honor.
All right. 2A and 3A are admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm holding up 2A and 3A for the jury. Captain Pettis, let me back up to the time that you said that you saw the vehicle back into the parking lot before the gentleman got out and went inside. Was this gentleman, did you do or say anything to that gentleman?
No.
And how long would you estimate it was from the time that he went inside to the time that the group of people came outside?
Less than a minute.
And did a group of people come directly towards you, or were they doing something else and then noticed you?
I think that the
Objection to speculation.
Sustaining this to form.
What did you observe?
I observed them come out of the building with their attention already focused
Where?
on the vehicle that I was driving, myself and my partner.
Okay.
And then they immediately began throwing the gang signs and yelling at us.
Had you done anything to that group of gentlemen before they came out, focusing on you and your partner, throwing the gang signs and yelling at you?
No, ma'am.
Now, when you talk about gang signs, how long have you worked overall in law enforcement?
17 years.
And what, if any, training or experience have you had during that time that would give you the ability to recognize what a gang sign is?
We certainly had a block of instruction in the academy. In field training, we would be taught to look for those signs from our field training officers, pointing out the signs. But we would literally drive down the street and gang members would throw gang signs at the police car. Throughout my years, I've attended various other trainings that show gang indicators, from tagging to dress to words being said, certainly the colors, and hand signs being the most fluid and evolving indicator of a criminal street gang.
And how were you able to discern, a gang sign from just the middle finger?
I think it would be in the forming of the hands, and it doesn't look like a middle finger. It's more complex than that.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as state's exhibit 6 alpha, 7 alpha, 8 alpha, and 9 alpha as it relates to this particular incident. And also, let me ask, before I do show you these, 2612 Old Hayfield Road, that's in Fulton County.
Yes.
I'm showing you, and given that this has been already served upon offense, I'm showing you 6A, 7A, 8A, and 9A. Would you look at those without publishing to the jury? And let me know if you recognize those photographs of the person depicted there.
I do not.
Okay. Do you, at the time that this incident occurred, are you the one that photographed anyone who had been arrested?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Who was it that did that?
I don't know for certain.
Was it a crime scene detective on that?
No, ma'am. I think that it was one of our supervisors who responded to the scene.
Okay.
They usually kept the one camera that we had for the entire zone.
All right. And how did the supervisor, or how did you all document or associate photographs with a particular incident?
It's usually done right there.
If he doesn't know, he's speculating.
Your Honor,
I'll sustain this.
he's literally answering.
I'll stand it. It's the form of the question.
Okay.
I'll sustain the objections to that. You can rephrase it, madam.
Sure. When photographs are taken during the course of an incident that you are involved in, is there a way that the photographs are associated with the incident itself?
The answer is yes. I'm trying to figure out the best way to say it. So
Okay.
let me think about it for a second.
Okay.
In most cases, the photographs are associated with the incident that's occurring by way of the officer or the investigator that is on scene.
Okay. And are those photographs associated with the incident number in the record keeping?
Definitely.
I sustain it as to form.
Is there an incident number associated with the photographs?
Yes.
Is that incident number and those photographs stored in the normal course of business with the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes.
Now, who is it that was arrested as a result of this incident that took place with you?
The suspect's name is Mr. Trontavious Stevens.
All right. And were there any other persons who were arrested on that day?
Objection, relevant.
Yeah.
I'll overrule the objection.
I believe that there was one other person arrested, but it was for a warrant, not a crime that had occurred that day.
And so the arrest that you made or that was made that day, what was that arrest for as it relates to what you were looking at?
Mr. Trontavious Stevens was charged with aggravated assault, and he also had an outstanding arrest warrant. I believe it was out of East Point for aggravated assault.
Okay. Do you know what Mr. Trontavious Stevens' arrest warrant out of East Point for aggravated assault was that related to?
No, ma'am.
Was the other person who was arrested, what was that other person's name? Do you recall?
No, ma'am.
Was showing you a copy of your incident report, refresh your recollection?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what we have labeled as State's Exhibit 50 Alpha, the narrative provided to defense and discovery. Would you just take a look at page 15 at the bottom? Just read it to yourself and do not read it out loud. Just look up when you've had a chance to read it.
Okay.
Who is that person?
Mr. Desmond Hurst.
Now, was Mr. Hurst with Mr. Stevens when all of this happened?
No.
Okay, where was Mr. Hurst?
Mr. Hurst was inside of apartment 7.
All right. And how was Mr. Hurst found?
That's the relevance, Your Honor.
I'll allow it, Mr. Adams.
How was Mr. Hurst found?
The Zone 3 Crime Suppression Unit obtained a search warrant for apartment 7. The objective of the search warrant was to try to locate the vehicle keys of the stolen vehicle, of the carjacked vehicle. And during that search warrant, I've already forgotten his name. The other arrestee,
Mr. Hurst?
Mr. Hurst, thank you, was arrested because he was inside of the apartment and showed to have an arrest warrant.
Okay. Now, the vehicle you described Mr. Stevens as getting into, what kind of car was that?
Objection, mischaracterization of testimony.
I'll let you rephrase. I'll sustain it as a form.
When you spoke about Mr. Steve, or better yet, when you spoke about the guy that flashed a gun at you, walking up to the front of the complex and getting in a car, what kind of car did you get into?
I think it was a Buick.
All right. Was there a traffic stop made on the Buick? By Georgia State Patrol?
Yes.
As a result of what happened?
Yes.
All right. And where was that traffic stop made on the Buick?
Not far at a gas station on Cleveland Avenue. The apartment complex that's on Old Hateville is maybe a couple hundred yards away from Cleveland Avenue.
What gas station?
I believe it was a BP.
What was the address of the BP?
It was in the 100 block of Cleveland Avenue.
If I show you your report, will it refresh your recollection as to the exact address of the BP?
Yes.
All right. Showing you again State's Exhibit 50A, asking you to look at the third paragraph from the bottom. And just don't read it out loud. Just read it and tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes.
All right. Please tell the jury what the address of that BP gas station that the traffic stop was made by you again.
The address was 151 Cleveland Avenue.
151 Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
And who were the occupants of that vehicle? Do you recall?
No, ma'am.
With showing you the report refresh your memory?
Yes.
And
the narrative, asking you to look at that same paragraph.
Okay.
Don't read it out loud. Just look at it and put it down and tell me if it's correct.
Okay.
And I'll just leave that there for you to refer to if you need. So who are the occupants of that vehicle?
Mr. Stovall and Miss Latrice.
Are those Derailed, Stovall, and Shawanda
Objection to the
Latrice?
reading.
I sustain the objection.
Do you recall their first name?
Yes.
Please tell us their first name. And if you have to refer to the document to refresh your memory, let us know that that's happening.
Okay. I'm referring to the document.
Don't read it, but you have to look up and tell me.
Okay. Mr. Jarrell Stovall and Miss Shawanda Latrice
All right.
were their names.
Now, when police went to apartment 7 of the complex, were there other persons inside
Yes.
besides the one that was taken into custody?
Yes.
Do you recall who those other persons were?
No, ma'am. I'd have to refer to the document.
All right. Did you refer to the document? Don't read it. Look up when you've had a chance to refresh your memory.
Okay.
Who were the other persons inside?
Alfonso Dixon, Trevez Watkins.
Watkins?
No, I have to look again. Johnson
Okay.
and the aforementioned Mr. Hurst.
All right. What were the races or ethnicities of these young men?
Black males.
All right. Now, were the occupants of the Buick any of the people that had come out of apartment number 7?
No, ma'am.
Were the people that came out, including Mr. Stevens, did you indicate in your report whether they had come out of apartment number 7?
I did not indicate that.
Now, when you said that you looked at the occupants of the Buick and decided they had not come out of number 7, do you recall what you said in your report about the occupants of apartment number 7 as it relates to walking towards your vehicle?
No, I do not.
Would reading your report refresh your memory? And if it would not, you have to tell me so that we can take another step.
I don't think it would.
All right. The report that I have in front of me is marked as State 58. Would you look at it, not for the sake of refreshing your memory, but look at it and tell me if you recognize the report, first of all.
I do recognize the report.
How do you recognize the report?
It looks like the one that I wrote on January 25th, 2013.
Okay. Now, the report that you wrote on January 24th,
5th.
of 2013,
Yes, ma'am.
was that written in close proximity temporally to the time that the incident occurred?
Yes.
And is it a routine part of your responsibilities and your practice to memorialize incidents as they occur?
Yes.
And does the report that you memorialize, the incidents that you write a record of,
do they accurately inside your report reflect the incidents that took place in close proximity temporally to the report?
Yes.
And are these reports made during the normal course of business with the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes.
And was this report made based on the personal knowledge you had at the time that the incident occurred?
Yes.
Your Honor, under 24-803, past recollection recording the state tenders, State's Exhibit 50A, Alpha.
Any objection to States 50A?
One moment,
Mr. Adams.
one moment, please. No objection to its admission in this one is not brought.
All right, States 50A is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Captain Pettis, would you please read paragraph, the third paragraph from the bottom in its entirety, starting with several?
Yes, ma'am. Several Georgia State Patrol officers performed a traffic stop on the Buick in the parking lot of the BP gas station located at 151 Cleveland Avenue and detained its occupants, Mr. Derailed Stovall, 04-12-82, and Ms. Shawanda Latrice, 07-25-91. This detention was necessary to confirm or dispel whether or not these occupants were involved in the carjacking. Officer J. Brown and Sergeant T. Henninger, 2397, knocked on the door of apartment number 7. After knocking several times, the door was eventually opened. There were 3 males inside, and they all were detained. Those males were Mr. Travis Johnson, 11-04-85, Mr. Desmond Hurst, 07-17-95, and Mr. Alfonso Dixon, 08-26-91. Officers M. Johns and K. Collins relocated with Mr. Stevens back to the apartment complex. Officer Ramirez and I then did a drive-by viewing of the occupants of the Buick and determined that they were none of the people that came out of apartment number 7 and walked toward our vehicle.
When writing, they were none of the people that came out of apartment number 7 and walked towards your vehicle. Who are you referring to?
The occupants of the Buick.
No. You said they were none of the people. The occupants were.
She's testifying at this point. She's stuck with them.
Your Honor, there's no stuff with me now.
Hold on. I will sustain that objection. So, Ms. Love, that you do have to go through the proper
Sure,
foundation.
Your Honor.
You just can't tell the witness no.
I'm not trying to tell them.
Yeah, well, you just started to, so that's why you drew an objection.
All right.
All right.
So, Captain Pettis, let me make sure I understand. When reading that last sentence, when you said none of the people, they were none of the people, who were you referring to when you said they were none of the people?
Can I refer to the report?
Yes, please.
The people that I'm referring to are Mr. Derailed Stovall and Ms. Shawanda Latrice.
Now, if you would, please go up to the third paragraph. Actually, you know what? Start at the top and read the first three paragraphs.
Your Honor, I'm good.
Your Honor, it's
Let him finish his objection first, madam. Okay, what's the basis of your objection?
It's going to be cumulative. He's already testified. It's going to be improper bolstering. He's already testified about the items that she's asking.
I sustain it as to the
Your Honor,
second
I did
basis.
not, there's a particular part that he has not testified about, I'm certain Mr. Adams is aware of it, and.
Well, I'm gonna sustain the question as formed as of yet. You can rephrase if you like.
All right. Starting at the top of paragraph 3, would you read what you wrote there in paragraph 3?
I witnessed a black male, approximately 25 years old, wearing all black clothing with a black do-rag and black hat, reverse the vehicle into its parking spot and then exit and walk toward apartment number 7. By this time, I had driven my undercover vehicle to within 10 feet of the target vehicle so that I could observe where the driver was going. The driver stopped walking and looked at me. Several other males then exited apartment number 7 and walked down to the street level. The males were yelling at me and motioning for me to roll down my window. One of the males, later identified as Mr. Trontavia Stevens, was more aggressive than the other males in trying to get me to roll down my window.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, do you recall the serial number of the bike?
No, ma'am.
All right. Would you please read the next to the last paragraph of the narrative of your report?
Officer Ramirez and I then met Norfolk Southern Railroad Police Officer J.S. Shirley and his K9 Smoke near the hole in the fence that Mr. Stevens used. Smoke tracked toward a plastic bucket approximately 30 feet inside the wood line, which contained the pistol that Mr. Stevens pointed at me. The pistol is a black Beretta .380 caliber semi-automatic pistol. The serial number D as in David 79, S as in Sam 62, Y as in Yankee. The pistol was turned over on scene to Atlanta Crime Scene Tech number 7345 to be processed.
Your Honor, at this time, the state having made state's exhibit number 10A as in Alpha, I'm gonna have investigator Chief Long show it to, sorry.
Does anybody wish to examine the state's 10? Or have you seen it?
Okay, second.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. All right. Has the weapon been rendered safe? It has?
It has.
Sergeant Ingram? Okay, all right.
Would you take a look at 10A and tell us if that is the firearm that Mr. Stevens had? Look at it, pick it up, and look at the serial number, please.
Yes, ma'am. It matches the serial number.
And does it also match the,
Prescription, yes, it does.
and so is 10A the black Beretta .380 caliber semi-automatic pistol you described in your report?
It is.
State tenders 10A as evidence.
Any objection to state's 10?
Oh, yeah,
Anybody else? Anybody else have any further objection? All right, state's 10 is admitted and will be published as you see fit.
Captain Pettis, what was the age of Trontavia Stevens at the time that this incident took place? And if you don't remember, I'm going to ask you to read it from the report that has already been admitted as evidence.
Okay.
And the date of birth would be
Per the report, Mr. Stevens was born on April 26, 1993.
And what date did this incident take place once more?
January 25th, 2013.
Thank you so much. That's all that I have for now.
Cross, Mr. Adams?
Please.
All right, go right ahead, sir. Oh, yes, sir. Go ahead right ahead. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Captain, that's good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm doing well. Thank you.
All right. You and I have had a chance to chat before. Sure.
Yes.
All right. So I represent Nicole, from the city of Glen Black, Turtleneck, along with the city. But I do want to ask you some questions about this gentleman that you arrested, Mr. Trontavia Stevens, and the incident surrounding him. Okay.
Okay.
You were an APD officer back in 2013, yes?
Yes.
You arrived at the location that we've been discussing at about 4:30 in the afternoon. Sure.
If that's what the report says, yes.
And I know we've spent some time with the report. You have it in front of you?
I do not.
All right. Matt?
Yes.
Yes.
Just please identify for the record, please. What?
Thank you, Judge.
Okay.
Judge, I'm going to, with the court's permission, approach the witness and show him what's been previously identified as states 50 Alpha 50A.
Okay, it's been admitted, so yes, that's fine.
All right, thank you, Judge. That's your report, right, Captain?
Yes, sir.
That's a report you prepared back in January 2013, right?
Yes, that's right.
What's that, about 15 pages long, that report?
The report itself is actually only 2 pages. What's attached here is the warrant application, another copy of the report, and the actual warrants, along with the copies of the arrest tickets.
All right, the report itself that you wrote about 2 pages, right?
Yes, sir.
But it fairly and accurately captures what happened on that day and your involvement in everything that happened. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. Just to be clear, you were not involved and you don't know anything personally about how this vehicle that you saw came to be taken, right?
Correct.
I mean, you were aware at some point that this is something that happened over Newton, right?
I would have to look at the report to tell you what jurisdiction it was stolen from.
Because you don't know personally.
Correct.
And then you don't know where the car was, who was in possession of it, or how it came to end up in this apartment complex where you saw it, right?
Yes.
You don't know who, Trontavia Stevens, anybody else was ever in possession of that vehicle prior to the day that you showed up in that apartment complex. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to jump ahead a little bit and then come back. Because what I want to make sure I'm clear on is that what you actually ended up arresting Trontavia Stevens for was aggravated assault, right?
That was one of the charges.
What was the other charge?
The other one was pointing or aiming a pistol at another, and the last was the warrant that he had.
Okay. Essentially, what you, the officer who was involved, who was the crux of this case, what you charged the
Objection, Your Honor, as to the testimony about crux of the case that Mr.
What's your objection, madam? Is it form? Is it, what is
Form is
it?
testifying.
I'll sustain as the form. Just rephrase, Mr. Adams. Okay, all right.
You were the officer who took out the charge, right?
Yes.
You are the person that's listed as the victim in this case, right?
Yes.
And the criminal offense that you charged Mr. Trontavia Stevens with was aggravated assault, right?
Yes.
You didn't charge him with auto theft, right?
Correct.
Didn't charge him with carjacking, right?
Correct.
Because you had no evidence that he did any criminal act other than what you said was an aggravated assault, right?
Correct.
Okay. In fact, what happened here, I'm jump back now, is that you get to the apartment complex because you advised over radio that a stolen vehicle is located in this area, right?
Yes.
Okay. You get there, you are in plain clothes.
Yes.
You don't have a uniform on, you're dressed regularly.
Correct.
Your partner, Officer Ramirez, also in plain clothes.
Correct.
Dressed regularly, no uniform, nothing like that.
Right.
You're in an unmarked car, right?
Yes.
No police markings on the car, nothing that identified it as a police car, right?
Correct.
Anyone looking at the vehicle would see a regular car with two regular looking folks inside the car, right?
Yes.
Okay. You pull up, and the car that we're talking about is parked there in location, and you guys sit on it.
Correct.
About 45 minutes.
Yes.
At some point, you don't know what happened to it because you saw it coming back your way.
Right.
Which suggests obviously that it left without you knowing that it left, right?
Right.
Okay. Comes back and it backs into a parking spot.
Yes.
Okay. A person gets out of that car and that person starts to walk towards apartment number 7 that you referenced, right?
Yes.
Now, that person, from your observation, you're inside the car and your windows are rolled up, right?
Yeah. Yes.
And you move towards where the car had backed in. True?
Yes.
All right. You're now 10 feet away from this car, maybe from here to about there, right?
Yes. Yes. 10 feet.
Windows still rolled up, plain clothes inside the car, and some people come out from apartment number 7.
Yes.
All right. Now, Trontavia Stevens, the person that we're talking about, who ends up the person with the gun, the guy you arrested, he is not the same person who had gotten out of that car.
Correct.
In fact, at no point in this day did you see him interact with that car at all.
Correct.
Right. What you saw was him and other people coming towards your unmarked police car with the windows rolled up, with regular dressed individuals inside, and you saw them motioning to roll down the window, right?
Right.
And you said they appeared to be aggressive.
Yes.
In fact, one of the words you used is that, I think you said, Trontavia Stevens appeared to be the most violent in his actions, right?
Yes.
Now, when you testified a while ago for the state, and they asked you a couple questions about this, you said they were flashing gang signs, right?
Correct.
Now, you didn't say that in your report, did you?
No.
And I mean, you wrote a 2-page report, and it was very detailed about everything that happened and everyone who was involved, down to names and dates of births, right?
Right.
You put a serial number in there, right?
Yes.
And you're trained as a police officer that anything that is of significance, like if you think, for example, something is gang related, you put that in the report, right?
Right.
But that report, the same one that she had you read, right, because you couldn't remember some stuff.
Mm-hmm.
In that third paragraph where it talks about what you saw those people doing, you ain't say nothing about, I saw gang signs, right?
Correct.
What you said was that the person who would later be identified as Trontavia Stevens, and again, I'll represent that here. But what you said is that he was moving towards your car, right?
Right.
Motioning, roll the window down, right?
Right.
And then, and you never did. You didn't roll the window down.
I don't think so.
Okay, what was the window tinted?
I don't know.
You remember?
No, sir.
Okay. You saw him motion towards his waistband or grab a gun that was in his waistband. That's what you said, right?
Yeah.
And held it down like below his waist and pointed at you and your partner.
Correct.
That's kind of like this, all right?
Yes.
That is the element of the aggravated assault that you saw and that you ultimately charged him with.
Yes.
You drove off at that point.
Yes.
Right? Wasn't any shooting or anything like that. You drove off and you called for either backup, what do you call it, a takedown team?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So that was the crime, the act assault, right?
Correct.
So you show up, takedown team for one other car, a bunch of cars.
I don't remember the exact amount.
Would it be fair to say that within a relatively short period of time, there were cops crawling all over that location?
I don't think that would be a fair assessment. No, sir.
APD showed up, right? Other APD officers showed up, right?
Yes.
At some point, Georgia State Patrol was involved in this incident, correct?
Yes.
At some point, Norfolk State, Norfolk Railroad Police were involved in this incident, correct?
Yes.
Okay, a couple of different jurisdictions of police.
Yes.
Police went to the apartment number 7, right, and ended up getting those people out of the apartment, right?
Yes.
Police followed the Buick that Mr. Stevens was in for some period of time down to the gas station and ended up getting those people out of the Buick, right?
Yes.
And you recovered a gun.
Yes.
Okay, well, not you personally, but a gun was recovered.
Yes.
That you would later say, yeah, looks like the gun that, that kid had, that you wanted it.
I was personally involved in the recovery.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. It was a monkey or something like that, right?
Yes.
That's what else just not first again, Judge.
You may, sir.
No, states
58, no, what's that?
2A. Subject Madam Prosecutor Choi.
Yes, sir. And 3, is it just 2A?
Is it 2A and 3A, sir?
Yes, sir.
He's on one.
Yeah, it's 2A and 3A.
All right, thank you. This gun, right?
Yes.
Out of this bucket.
Yes.
Okay. So, a question or two about descriptions. The person who was in the car, who got out of the car that you referenced, was wearing black.
Yes.
Black do-rag or something like that?
Yes.
Black shirt or hoodie or something like that?
Basically all black.
Okay. Trontavia Stevens is a guy, he had a whole lot of hair. Right, like that.
I have no idea.
You all remember?
No, sir.
All right. All right. At the time that this incident occurred back in 2013, you had been an officer at APD for how long?
I got hired November 14th, 2006.
All right. By that time, you had received what I think I heard you say was some training in regards to gangs and gang recognition and stuff like that, right?
Yes.
You were trained and you were told that if there's an incident that occurs and you believe it to be gang related or anything like that, that you indicate that on the police report.
Probably.
Okay. You didn't indicate that anywhere on the police report that there was any sort of gang involvement in this case, did you?
No.
All right. If you thought that there was some sort of gang offense committed.
Objection calls for speculation.
Let's stand this if not. Rephrase, sir.
Okay. You didn't charge him with any gang offense.
No, sir.
You didn't charge anybody with any gang offense on that day, right?
Correct.
All right. Ten seconds if you don't mind, Jeff.
Not a problem, sir.
Maybe a little more. I think I heard you say earlier, or did I hear you say earlier, that one of the things that they were looking for in apartment 7 were keys to the stolen vehicle.
Yes, sir.
Weren't any keys found, right?
No.
Nowhere, anywhere on the premises, on location, outside, in the car, in the blue car, nowhere, no keys found.
Correct.
Okay. That's all I got. Thank you.
Any further examination?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Matthews.
Captain Betts, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
And just so that I'm clear, no time after you completed your report did you offer a supplemental report indicating that you observed gang signs?
Correct.
No further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Williams, anything? All right. Mr. Shard, anything?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Westmoreland, anything?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Weinstein, anything?
No, Your Honor.
All right, any further redirect, madam?
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly. Captain Pettis?
Yes.
I'm not going to be here much longer, but you were asked on cross-examination, specifically, whether or not you made any arrests of Mr. Stevens or took out any warrants on Mr. Stevens for the hijacking of the motor vehicle that you were investigating. Do you remember being asked by that?
I do.
Mr. Adams, that question?
Yes, ma'am.
So, beyond receiving a report of a located stolen vehicle, did you have any facts about what had happened in Newton
No, ma'am.
as related to that vehicle? And so you were also asked, or you stated in your report, when you stated in your report about the person driving the stolen vehicle and where they went. Notwithstanding where they went, you didn't find, according to your answer with Mr. Adams, you didn't find the keys inside the apartment where they went.
No, ma'am.
And the people who exited the apartment, Mr. Stevens was one of those people?
Yes.
The same one that threw the gun?
Objection to the leading.
Sustained.
Was that the same person that threw the gun?
Yes.
Did Mr. Stevens run from uniformed officers?
No, ma'am.
When he was running or leaving, he discarded that gun, who was after him?
Nobody.
How did you all then encounter him?
We circled the apartment complex again in an effort to see where he was going and what he was doing because he ran the opposite direction that we were driving.
When you say ran,
He,
who was he running from?
I don't know.
All right. Were you all pursuing him?
No, we were going the other way. He pointed the gun, we drove the other toward the street, and he ran back toward the back of the apartment complex.
Did you said the car for backup?
Yes, ma'am.
Did backup arrive?
Not at that time, no.
How long after did backup arrive?
The time it took for us to circle the apartment complex, see Mr. Stevens re-enter the apartment complex through a hole in the fence, flag down the Buick that was driving by, get into it, go back around the apartment complex, so half of the circle back toward the street. Then they made a left, which was south on Old Hateville Road. Then a patrol car arrived and we directed them toward the vehicle that Mr. Stevens had entered. So maybe 2 minutes. That would be my approximation.
Are there lights flashing?
No, because When the patrol car approached the Buick stopped on its own, and Mr. Stevens exited the vehicle.
Okay. Now, how often did you see people flash gang signs at you during your time as an officer?
My guess would be on more than 10 occasions.
And this was prior to this occurring.
Sustain the question.
Was this prior to your seeing Mr. Stevens and the others come out and get arrested?
Yes.
Mr. Adams asked you about not putting in your report that Mr. Stevens flashed gang signs at you. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did you put in your report what the person who pulled the gun on you was wearing?
Can I refer to my report?
Please do.
I did not write in the report what the person who flashed the gun at me was wearing.
Oh, okay. Mr. Adams asked you about the person, the hairstyle of the person who flashed the gun at you. Did you put in your report the hairstyle of the person that you actually charged with aggravated assault was wearing?
No.
Did you put in your report?
I don't need to. I did not describe his hairstyle.
But is it any less true that he had a hairstyle? I mean, it's not
I
that.
sustain the question.
Did he have a hairstyle?
To my recollection, he did.
Was he wearing clothing?
He was.
Was the fact that you didn't put it in your report indicative of the idea that it didn't exist?
Yes, it is. I sustain the question. Remember, you got them on redirect.
Does the absence of those facts in your report equate with the absence of or the existence of those facts?
It does not.
Okay. Is there any particular reason you didn't put what Mr. Stevens, who's flashing the gun at you, was wearing in your report? Any particular reason?
I did not write a description of his clothing because he was captured so quickly afterwards.
Okay.
The time wasn't great enough to account for what he was wearing in the report.
Is there any particular reason you didn't write what gang signs he was flashing at you in your report?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And is there any particular reason you didn't write his hairstyle in your report?
No, ma'am.
How are you able to remember today that the gentleman that exited that apartment came out flashing gang signs at you, and in particular that Mr. Stevens was the most aggressive one flashing the gang signs? How are you able to remember that? It's been 10 years.
I have a general recollection of the incident because this was the last investigation that I conducted as an officer before I got promoted to investigator. So it's more important, I guess, than others. As far as the question that you asked about the gang signs, I've been, since I was subpoenaed here and had to recollect this incident and read my report, I think that let me refer to my report to what I actually wrote. My answer is that when I wrote that Mr. Stevens was more aggressive than the other males, I was mentally incorporating the throwing of gang signs as a universal sign of aggression, but I didn't write it out.
And when you were asked by Mr. Adams, were you told to indicate if an incident was gang related? You answered probably. Do you remember answering probably?
Yes.
Can you state with certainty that at that time you had been instructed to make those kind of indications on your report?
I cannot.
And did you, as a matter of course, list out every single detail of every incident that you responded to as an officer?
No.
Were you assigned to the gang unit at that time?
No.
Is the information you've given to the jury the best recollection that you have?
I sustain the question.
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything further, madam?
Do you have any particular relationship with anyone at State's table that would cause you to say anything that was not true?
No, ma'am.
That's all I have.
Anything further, Mr. Adams?
Just a little bit. All right. You're a police officer, right?
Yes, sir.
You're a captain.
Yes.
You, what you do when you're conducting an investigation affects people's lives, right?
Yes.
You arrest people and take their freedom and take them into custody, true?
Yes.
And you are charged with writing reports that reflect the truth so that someone down the road, maybe a prosecutor, can rely on that information and know if to or how to prosecute someone, right?
Yes.
That is extremely important. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
All right. And so when you write your report, and when you were writing reports back in 2013, those things were just as important then as they are today in this courtroom, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you weren't a rookie officer back in 2013. You had been on the force for some 7 years?
Yes.
Okay. And so before coming in here to testify, whether it's today, I don't know, yesterday, last week, whatever, did you have an opportunity to sit down with the prosecutors and talk to them about your testimony and your recollection of the events of 2013? Did you do that?
Yes.
Okay, right. And you still came in here today, and this is the first time, right, that you're mentioning anything about gang signs that you saw when you were brought in here to testify in this, quote, gang case, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, just out of curiosity, what was the gang sign?
Hold on, what's the basis for your objection?
Well, with respect to.
What's the basis of your objection?
For first time.
I'm gonna overrule the objection.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Adams.
Okay. What was the gang sign you saw being thrown up that day?
No idea.
No idea.
None.
Okay. You know what's a gang sign, right?
Yes.
Okay. Said something a while ago I wanted to touch on real quick. You said that you will, quote, your words now, mentally incorporating the gang sign in describing the person as being the most aggressive. Is that what you said?
I did.
Mentally incorporating it. But you don't know what gang sign we're talking about.
No, sir.
All right. That's all I got.
All right. May we excuse, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Matthews.
So Captain Betts, I just want to make it clear. You described these events about this individual, Mr. Stevens, pointing a weapon at you, right? And just prior to that, you said that he had flashed these gang signs, right?
Yes.
And you agree that if a person is flashing their gang signs at you and then they point a weapon at you, that's criminal gang activity, right?
I don't agree with that.
Okay.
No.
Anything?
Charged with any criminal street gang activity, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Anything further on behalf of any counsel for the defendants? All right, madam, anything else?
Just briefly, when you spoke with Mr. Adams and he asked you, is this the first time that you mentioned gang activity? What did you mean him to, or what did you understand him to be when he says first time?
I took that to mean as in regards to Mr. Stevens' actions that day.
Okay. And as they relate to speaking in court or anywhere else, is there any other time you've had an opportunity to talk about what Mr. Stevens did?
Yes.
When?
A couple times this week, today.
In a formal setting?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Well, actually, let me, I don't know what the adjudication process was with this case. I don't know if I testified at grand jury. So I can't say with certitude that I've never spoken formally about this because I don't remember.
And when you were asked, what was the gang sign by Mr. Adams, and you said no idea?
Yes, I said that.
If you're saying no idea to what was the gang sign, how are you able to testify to the jury that it was in fact a gang sign?
By the forming of the hands, by the overall gesticulation. I think that you don't need to be a police officer, be educated in what sign means what gang, and any of the gang rule handbook or any of those things to understand what a gang sign looks like when it's being postured towards you, especially considering the totality of the circumstances that I was in the moment. So I don't.
Were the signs that were being made by the individuals that came out of Department 7 similar in nature?
I can't answer that either. I wasn't well educated then on what the gang, what sign relates to each gang, and I'm not today either.
Okay. Were those signs that you saw, signs that you had seen in similar circumstances in the past?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all that I have.
Yes.
Yes.
Captain Betts, did you get any training at the police academy on gang?
Probably.
That's all I have.
Anything further, Ms. Adams?
No, sir.
All right, anybody else? All right, may we permanently or temporarily excuse Captain Pettis?
Your Honor, we can, at least temporarily, I don't anticipate needing him again, but I don't know how things are going to go, so we're releasing him for today.
All right, Captain Pettis, thank you for your patience with us. I'm going to temporarily excuse you as a witness, so that means you're subject to being recalled at some point in time. We'll reach out to you if we have to do that. Just remind you not to discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you. All right. Ms. Weaver's documents?
It will be that.
All right, don't be trying to take the stuff now, okay? I watch everything. All right, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, how about some lunch?
Yes.
Yeah, resounding yes. All right, that's what I like to hear. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, it's about 10:01. How about we come back at 2 o'clock? Is that all right? Okay, all right. Remember my admonitions I've given you. If you decide to leave your headquarters, please remember to keep your juror stickers on so everybody can notify you or identify you as a juror. Leave your notepads in your basket, and remember all the admonitions I've told you. Would it be proper for you to discuss what you heard on the stand with each other now? No, come on, you need something better than that. I mean, it sounds kind of lame, you know? All right, no, it's not permissible for you to do that, okay? So just as a reminder, you cannot consider the case until I give you instructions on how to do so. So just as a reminder, a continuing reminder about that. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Enjoy your lunch. We'll see you all at 2:00, okay? All right, all rise. Gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. Councils, take lunch as well. I'll see you all back for 2:00, okay? All right, we're in recess.
All present, come forward.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, Ms. Love, call your next witness, please, madam.
Thank you, Your Honor. We are calling Sergeant Heeb, H-E-E-B,
All right.
Act 3.
All right, summon, is he in, what's his, is he officer?
Sergeant.
Sergeant? Okay, all right. Do we have the issue of this witness as well?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen of the media, please don't take any photographs or video of this particular witness. Thank you. Sergeant Heeb, good afternoon, sir. Sir, if you could please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you would turn and face Sergeant Ingram, be sworn as a witness before you sit down, please.
Raise your right hand, you swear firm testimony you're giving the truth, whole truth, nothing but truth.
I swear.
See. State first and last name, spell first and last name for the court. Out into the mic.
Jonathan Heeb, Jonathanheeb.
Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Sergeant Heeb, let's start by introducing yourself to the jury. Would you tell the jury where it is that you currently work?
Currently, I am assigned to Zone 3 Crime Suppression Unit as a supervisor
Now, you said Zone 3.
in the Atlanta Police Department. I'm sorry.
All right. How long have you worked Zone 3 in Atlanta at the Atlanta Police Department?
I have been assigned there since September 1st, 2022, so a little over a year.
Is this the only time that you have worked in Zone 3?
No, I've done a lot of work in Zone 3. This is the first time I've been assigned directly to specifically Zone 3, but I've done a lot of work in Zone 3 throughout my career.
Now, what are some of your responsibilities as a supervisor in Zone 3?
Right now, I supervise the crime suppression unit. So our main focus, beyond my normal admin stuff and timekeeping duties, I have to I supervise a small team of individuals, officers that focus primarily on the high crime areas within the zone.
Prior to working as a supervisor with Zone 3, what were you assigned to do?
I've had several assignments throughout my career. I started in Zone 6, then I went to the Apex unit. I worked in Vice. I was in narcotics. I was assigned as a task force officer to a federal task force for several years. Worked in the drug interdiction unit at the airport for a few more, and then got promoted to sergeant, where I've been on Zone 3 ever since.
So let's start back at your first assignment with the ATD. When was that? When were you first?
I was assigned to Zone 6 Evening Watch around May or June of 2008, I believe.
All right. And what was your responsibility there?
Just a normal patrolman, answer 911 calls.
How long did you stay with Zone 6 before you were moved to Apex?
Probably probably less than 3 years. I was probably right at 3 years, maybe a little bit more. I can't exactly remember, but just a couple of years, three years, give or take.
And with Apex, what areas of the city were you responsible for monitoring?
With Apex, we had the whole city. We focused on the higher crime areas of the city, but we had reign over the whole city.
And run that back by me. Did you tell us what Apex stood for?
Apex stood for Atlanta Proactive Enforcement and Interdiction Unit.
When did you leave Apex?
I left Apex around 2014.
So on August the 23rd of 2013, where were you assigned?
I was assigned to the Apex unit.
Now, have you been certified as a law enforcement officer by the Peace Officer Standards and Training Council of Georgia?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Have you remained certified by post during your entire law enforcement career?
I have.
Prior to starting with the Atlanta Police Department in Zone 6, what was your background?
I came out of the Army.
How long did you serve in the Army?
4 years.
And did you leave under honorable circumstances?
I did.
And thank you for that service.
Yes, ma'am.
So going back to August the 23rd of 2013, with Apex, did you work with any other agencies that were responsible for law enforcement besides the Atlanta Police Department?
We did. We worked with several. Predominantly, the one we worked with the most was going to be the Department of Corrections, Probation and Parole's officers.
Why is that?
Because typically the type of violators that we were pursuing regularly were repeat offenders. And we had a lot of greater access to them and their whereabouts and their kind of historical information through probation and parole, obviously, because they're so, they interact so frequently.
Was there any particular probation or Department of Corrections officer that you worked with at Apex during this time?
The one that we worked with most consistently was Officer Viverito.
Okay. On August the 23rd of 2013, were you working with Officer Viverito?
I was.
Would you tell the jury what it was that you were doing in that capacity?
So that we were doing detail to try to apprehend some individuals that had outstanding warrants from probation violation warrants. So outstanding warrants from probation.
Were you looking for any particular individuals, or were you looking for random people with probation warrants?
That day, at that particular time, our primary focus was looking for and apprehending Shannon Stillwell.
How did you go about trying to locate Shannon Stillwell to apprehend him on probation warrant?
So we, Viverito and I and another officer, went into a plain vehicle, undercover vehicle, dressed in plain clothes, to try to go to areas where Officer Viverito kind of knew that he frequented. And so we went out to look for him, and our main objective was to locate him, positively ID him, and call in the uniform takedown units to try to apprehend him.
And did you end up in the Mechanicsville area of Fulton County?
322 Glen.
Now, how long at that time have you worked the Mechanicsville area or been working around?
We spent quite a bit of time in that area throughout my time in Apex. So I had spent, the majority of my time in Apex was spent in that area. I couldn't give you an exact number of months but several months, to the point where we kind of knew where the hot spots were, if you want to call it that.
Was there any significance to 322 Glen? By that I mean, was it an apartment complex or something else?
322 Glen is known as the green store. It's a convenience store. It's green. And that is where it was notorious for illicit activity, primarily narcotic sales.
Was any and everybody able to sell narcotics at the green store based on your experiences with Apex during that time?
Not just anybody, no.
Then who was able to sell narcotics at the green store?
Basis. Yeah, come on.
It does, yeah. Yes.
Turn them off or. Okay, I've overruled the objection. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, would you tell the jury just a little bit more about how you are familiar with the Green Store?
Sure. Up until that point, we had spent, like I said, a significant amount of time in that area dealing with that particular location. The main reason that we were out there so much was because at the time we were having a lot of crime that the intel suggested was coming from that people that were in that area. We were having a lot of smash and grabs, a lot of high-end gene thefts in stores where vehicles were being driven through windows and people were just stealing things and then you'd find them were selling them in the neighborhoods. So intel had led us to that particular area and we were focused on that area for a while.
By that area, could you give a more definite description of that area as it relates to the Green Store?
Sure. So the Green Store is right at Windsor, the intersection of Windsor and Glen. Glen.
Okay.
The address is 322 Glen. That area of Zone 3 between, from Ralph David Abernathy all the way to Fulton Street, that's kind of that Green Store was the hub for that particular neighborhood.
And by hub, please explain what you mean to the jury.
By hub, I mean, it was the center of all of the activity. Like, if you saw people walking down the street, there was a good chance they were going to the Green Store to get a snack or whatever, or, do whatever they were going to do there. There was really nowhere else that you saw that amount of activity.
Now, when you're talking about illicit activity that you referred to earlier, what type of illicit activity did you receive reports of or respond to at the Green Store?
Always narcotic sales. Almost always narcotic sales.
Do you have at least an approximate number, a general number of the number of narcotic sales incidents that you either helped investigate or responded to at the Green Store?
That would be difficult to quantify. A lot.
By a lot, can you give us a number that it is greater than?
In the time that I was at Apex, we probably were at the Green Store more than even know, 20, 30 times, which is a lot for one location.
And how long was it that you were at Apex?
I think I spent 18 months or so at Apex, give or take.
And what types of narcotic sales took place at the Green Store?
Marijuana, crack cocaine. Those were the two predominant drugs that were being sold at that location.
Were you ever in a position to determine who or what was allowed to conduct that type of activity at the Green Store?
If you weren't from, it was our understanding and our knowledge that from just talking to people in the street, and obviously, you know, in that arena, we always had
Basis.
Hearsay confrontation.
I'm going to overrule your objection, sir. Okay.
So we make a point to try to interact with people within the community, people that maybe we've arrested before and would like to give us information. The word that we had gotten and what we could see was that if you were operating any kind of illegal activity at that location, you had permission to do so, or you were involved with the group that kind of had authority there, for lack of a better word.
Were you in a position to know which group kind of had authority there?
And that area at the time was primarily 30 deep. And then there was some talks of
Hearsay.
I sustain your objection.
Without getting into talks of, did you observe any other groups who appeared to have authority there?
30 deep was a primary for us.
So on this particular day, is it that you set out and actually went to the Green Store or 322 Glen in order to find Mr. Stillwell?
Yes.
All right. Who all went with you?
It was myself, Viverito, and Officer Flewellen. We're in an undercover vehicle trying to locate. And then the tactical units, the marked units were Officer Weber, at the time Sergeant Jimenez, and Sergeant Heckenkamp, who were close in the area as well.
Okay. Were you all able to locate Shannon Stillwell at that location?
Yes, we were.
Would you tell the jury what happened?
So I was riding, I believe, if I remember correctly, I was riding in the back seat of the vehicle. Viverito, we spotted Stillwell. She was able to say, yes, that's him. I got on the radio, relayed the information about where he was, what he was wearing, what he looked like to the marked units, and then they quickly arrived and were able to take him into custody.
What was it that he was wearing, or what did you describe to the marked units?
Again, that was 10 years ago. I need my report for that description.
I will show you what I will mark as State's Exhibit. $51R for refreshing your recollection. The report for defense counsel purposes labeled incident number 132352342. You're welcome. And I'll ask you to just take a look at it and let me know if it's refreshed without reading the report.
Yeah, so like I said, basically, as I said, I gave the description. I don't remember exactly the clothes he was wearing. I don't think I have it detailed in here exactly what he was wearing. It would have been given over the radio.
Now, what happened after you all gave that? And I'll ask you actually to take a look under, and don't recall the time. On that page for the third paragraph down, read it to yourself. And tell me if that refreshes your memory.
Yes.
So what was it that you told the tactical units to look out for?
There was, I remember telling there was something in his right hand. The rest of it is kind of, I don't really remember a whole lot of it.
What clothing was he wearing?
A red shirt.
Okay. And what happened after you all gave the tactical units the description of the person?
Sergeant Jimenez, Sergeant Heckenkamp were the first ones there.
Okay.
They were able to walk right in the store. Obviously, being in an undercover capacity, I was not going to go in and approach. So they went in and were able to take him into custody fairly quickly, to my recollection.
Now, were you involved with the taking into custody of Shannon Field?
Not at all.
Okay. And so would that be something for someone else to talk about?
Absolutely, Sergeant Jimenez.
All right. Beyond having told the tactical units what it is that you were looking for, who it is that you were looking for, did you have any further involvement in that incident itself?
Just the processing of the evidence afterwards. I did all the documentation.
All right. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 52, which is the evidence document previously provided to defense in discovery, and ask you if you recognize State's Exhibit 52. We'll mark that State's Exhibit 52. No, we are actually considering that. It is and if you'd like to see it again, I can bring it to you. May I hold that back?
Yeah.
I'm going to give this to defense to look at before you take a look at it.
Yes, you know.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to
52B? 52
52
Bravo?
Bravo.
Okay.
David, Your Honor.
Which one are you going to give him?
52 David.
Delta?
Delta, thank you.
All right, so we're not identifying 52 Bravo at this point in time. It's Delta.
Correct.
Okay, all right. What's your objection to 52 Delta, sir?
It's testimonial, if we go back to the jury, and if I haven't heard any statement that the witness's memory needs to be refreshed.
Can I see it, please?
Yes.
Ms. Love, is some more foundation going to be laid in terms of the items that purportedly on this document?
I can do that, sure.
All right, why don't you do that first, and then I'll rule on the objection. Christine? Chris? Dual purpose.
Sergeant P, do you remember what all was collected during that time?
No, I don't.
And at the time that the items were collected, was there a documentation of the evidence that was collected?
There would have been, absolutely.
Now, would that documentation have been reflective of everything that was collected?
It should be an itemized list of everything that was turned into property, yes.
And is that itemized list stored on any kind of database at the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, our reporting system.
And is that reporting system capable of generating a reproduction or a copy of that itemized list upon coming in?
Yes.
And would that reporting system generate a reproduction of that list based on incident numbers?
It would.
And would the information contained within that reporting system have been put in by you at the time or near the time that this incident occurred?
Yes.
The state tenders 52D as past recollection reported.
Your Honor, it's still confirmation clause issue, it's still testimonial.
I'm gonna overrule that objection, but I don't think you laid all the foundation for it to be a past recollection report.
Sure, Your Honor, I would have to show him the
Yeah.
document. That was what I was trying to do.
Okay, all right.
I'm going to show you 52D Delta. And would you just take a look at 52 Delta? And I'm going to ask you a few questions about it.
Okay.
Is 52 Delta reflective of items that were collected in relation to the particular report that you've been speaking to the jury about?
Yes, it is.
And was 52 Delta generated on a date different than the time it was, in other words, was that report itself printed out this past year?
The report was printed out, it appears to be last year, yes.
And was that report generated from the reporting system you described to the jury earlier that contains? Your Honor,
I'm gonna overrule the objection, Mr. Short.
was that report generated from the same reporting system you described to the jury earlier?
You're speaking of this particular piece of paper.
No. Not the print.
Right, yes, so all the data that's on this form
Yes.
was input on our reporting system on the date of the incident, yes.
Okay. And were you the person responsible for inputting that data?
Yes.
You know, at this point, the state attended, and does that report accurately reflect the data that you would have input at the time?
Yes.
Okay. So, Your Honor, the state tenders 52 Delta.
All right, any further objections, sir?
Still testimonial, and are we saying to admit to go back to the jury or?
Your Honor, I don't think that this is the time that we discuss what.
I'm not talking about that at this point in time. That's not an issue for me at this point. Would you have any further objection that you want to make as to 51 Delta? I'll decide that issue later.
No.
No? Okay, 51 Delta is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And for the record, it's pursuant to 24-88035.
52.
Sergeant Heath, would you please tell the jury what items of evidence were collected, or rather read the report that is before you?
Sure. So the property that was recovered from Mr. Stillwell was a white Samsung Galaxy S3 phone with battery that was turned in as evidence. A $1 bill that was turned in as property. A red paisley bandana that was turned in as property. A key ring with 2 house keys that was turned in as property. 1 pair of white Samsung headphones that were turned in as property. 50 individually packaged red plastic baggies containing marijuana that was turned in as evidence. 1 clear plastic baggie containing marijuana was turned in as evidence. and a consent to search form for the location at 322 Glen was turned in as evidence as well.
Thank you. That's all that I have for now. Just one second. Thank you.
Cross, Mr. Sharp.
The rank one more time. The rank?
Sergeant.
Sergeant E. Good afternoon. My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Still.
How are you?
Hey, great. First of all, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the Green Store. Does the Green Store have, in 2013, again, we're talking 10 years ago now, did the Green Store have surveillance cameras?
I do not know.
Okay. Do you know if it ever had surveillance cameras in any of the time that you were in that area?
I could not tell you for certainty.
Okay. In the 20 to 30 times you arrived there, you never asked for surveillance?
I don't remember what my interactions were 10 years ago, as much as I would wish I could.
Okay, was this a particularly noteworthy event?
In the big scheme of things at the time, no, not particularly.
Is it fair to say that you have a very limited recollection of this incident from August 23rd, 2013?
It's been 10 years, yes, fair to say.
Have you met with the state about this event to prepare your testimony?
Briefly.
Now, you're the officer, or one of the officers who wrote a report in this case, correct?
Correct.
And did you review your report in preparation of your testimony?
I did.
You indicated that you were in the car with Officer Llewellyn and Probation Officer Viverito on that day looking for Mr. Stiller.
Correct.
Okay, you were also looking for other individuals as well, correct?
There was other people that were going to be targeted that day, but he was the one we looked for at that particular time.
Okay. Now, who recognized Mr. Stillwell?
Viverito.
Okay, you did not recognize Mr. Stillwell?
No.
Okay. Did you know who Mr. Stillwell was?
Not particularly.
So, as someone that was working in the Apex unit in the Mechanicsville neighborhood very often, on that day, you did not know who you were looking for. You were relying on Probation Officer Viverito, correct?
For a specific individual, yes.
Now, as part of your report, I want to be very clear. Now, do you have a copy of your report in front of you?
I gave it to you.
Give it to me. I gave it to the state.
Yeah.
Thank you. You're welcome. May I approach?
You may, sir.
Thank you. I want to be very clear. I am not asking for a specific address.
Okay.
I don't want you to give me a specific.
Okay.
As part of your report, did you note what was listed as the home address of Mr. Stillwell?
As part of my report. Let me go through the rest of it.
I would draw your attention to the first page.
Yeah, that's where I'm looking. Yes.
Okay, and I'm not asking for a specific address. What general neighborhood was his home address listed as?
It'd be hard to tell you without giving the actual location because it's pretty
Would it be-
obvious.
Would it be in the Thomasville Heights area?
That would be what would be on his ID, yes.
Okay. And that is not in Mechanicsville, correct?
Correct.
And it is not in the Cleveland Avenue area.
Correct.
That is by the federal penitentiary.
Correct.
Now, I understand that you were not involved in arresting my client or searching my client, but you ultimately were given all of the items taken from my client's person, is that correct?
I was responsible for documenting everything that we had. I cannot remember if I'm the one that physically took it to property and turned it in, or if somebody else did that. But I would like to think that I documented everything. So everything is under my name. I would have had to been the one that put it in. So.
And you also wrote the ticket and took out the warrants in this case, correct?
Well, I would have to see the ticket, but yes, I definitely did the warrants.
They have one more.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach with 3 documents, and I'm not sure how we're going to do the.
You need to identify them for purposes of record unless they're one of the exhibits that the state has already shown the witness.
I understand, I'm just not sure the nomenclature we're going to use with multiple. If you want it to be DS1, DS2, DS3, would that?
Yeah, DS would be fine. DS 1, 2, and 3.
DS1, 2, and 3.
All right.
And they will be.
You'll need to mark them in court as that right now, so we can tell or we can track the document. So.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with DS1, DS2, and DS3?
Shown them to State's Counsel already?
Yes.
All right, yes, you may, sir.
Thank you. And Sergeant Heaton, I am going to ask you to look at DS1, 2, and 3. Do you identify those documents?
Yes.
Okay, what is this?
DS1 is an affidavit for arrest.
Okay.
Is it what? I'm sorry?
An affidavit for arrest
Yes, sir.
filed with the Magistrate Court of Fulton County.
And is that essentially an application for an arrest?
Yes.
And is it for an arrest warrant for charges against Jan Stillwell from August 23rd, 2013?
Yes.
Okay, and who applied for those arrest warrants?
I did.
Okay, what about DS2?
Same.
Okay, and that's another application for arrest warrant on Shannon Stillwell from that same date?
Correct.
And you were the applicant?
Yes.
Okay, what about DS3?
This is a copy of an arrest citation.
Okay, and this citation is essentially what you give to the individual being arrested, even if they are being arrested on warrant. citation as well?
The citation is what we book them into the jail with, or unless it's, like a traffic ticket or a copy of charges, we would give them a copy of it, but yes.
Okay, even though there were, I just handed you 3 documents, there were total charges brought against Mr. Stillwell that day, right?
In addition to the probation warrant, yes.
Yes. Fair enough. Now, you are the individual, would you agree after reviewing those documents that you were the individual that sought the arrest warrants on Mr. Stillwell?
Yes.
Okay. Were you the individual that made the charging decisions on Mr. Stillwell, decided what was appropriate to charge him with for these crimes?
Yes.
Okay. And for these crimes, what did you charge Mr. Stillwell with?
Possession of marijuana with intent to distribute, and possession of marijuana, which would be more than an ounce, so felony.
Okay, and possession of marijuana for more than an ounce was for the bag of loose marijuana found in his left pocket, right? If you're not sure where it was found, I can rephrase.
Where it was found is not what I'm concerned with. I just want to make sure that I have, it's not the total amount of marijuana, and I just charge them separately for, yes.
Okay, and the possession with intent to distribute marijuana was for the 50 individual baggies of marijuana found on this person, correct?
Correct.
And
Your Honor, because I'm going to do this, I was intending to do this after this witness and Mr. Sharp needs it. The state tenders a self-authenticating document labeled State's Exhibit 53 Delta. It is the certified copy of the defendant Shannon Stillwell's conviction for possession of marijuana with intent to distribute.
All right, any objection, Mr. Stark?
no objection, Your Honor.
Under State versus Jefferson, I would like a limiting instruction. I have nothing on what roads. That doesn't apply to Mr. Williams.
Yeah.
Likewise, Your Honor, for Mr. Williams.
All right.
Your Honor,
Has anyone sent me a proposed instruction?
I did, Your Honor.
Huh?
I did, Your Honor.
Yeah, I don't have that from Mr. Steele, and I would object to any limiting instruction until I've had an opportunity to at least.
It was sent to you, Ms. Butler, 10:05 a.m.
I've not had an opportunity to review that, Your Honor. And I would ask that the court, it is a certified document. I would ask that the court admit the document, and the court will, of course, instruct the jury at the conclusion of the case.
Hold on, Ms. Law. gentlemen, I tell you what, we're going to take maybe about, we're going to be in recess till about 3:30. Take a small stretch break and we'll come back and we'll go ahead and continue examination at this point in time of Sergeant. Sergeant Heap. So you can step, officer. Just don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case. Okay, we'll call you back in just a minute. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be in recess until 3:30. Okay, all rise. Okay, our jury's left us. Please be seated. Okay, Ms. Love, I'm in concurrence that the 53 Delta would be admissible. So, and I don't think Mr. Stark is complaining or saying that it is not. Not saying that 53 Delta is not admissible. So I'm inclined to admit it. However, having said that, it's only admissible as to Mr. Stillwell. So a limiting instruction would be proper to say that it's only admissible as to the consideration for him. So I'd need to have an appropriate limiting instruction to give them.
I just had not had the opportunity to review the 10:06 a.m. email with State versus Jefferson. So I'm now reviewing it. That's the only reason that I had to object.
I understand that, but I mean, I could probably give it at the end. I will give it at the end but I believe that a limited instruction, at least as to this at this point in time, would be proper. So why don't you all work on that in the next 5 minutes? It doesn't need to be anything specific, just probably a couple sentences, and I'll give that to them before this particular they consider this particular conviction.
Your Honor, actually, I do have an objection as to a limiting instruction, and this is why. Act 3 of count 1 is alleged to be an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy with which Jeffery Williams is charged.
Act 3, what, count 1?
Act 3 of count 1. That defendant Shannon Stillwell and associate YSL did commit the felony offense of possession of marijuana with the intent to distribute in violation of Georgia law pursuant to OCGA 161330J1, which is an act of racketeering activity under 161435A, and an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. So there is no limiting instruction as to the conviction for Shannon Stillwell and Mr. Williams and the other defendants sitting at the table today.
Mr. Steele, anything further?
Yeah, that's respectfully inaccurate. That is, it's testimonial evidence. Jefferson is driving for that's a Cohen ID case as well. It's a gang case conspiracy. And the fact that some co-conspirator, alleged co-conspirator in that indictment was found guilty or pled guilty is testimonial evidence and cannot be used against the other people who objected to it. What the state is saying is throw away the constitutional right to confrontation, the statutory right. If this was a brute, I'm just making an analogy, Your Honor, if this was a statement by Mr. Stillwell to the officer and he implicated somebody else here, that would have to go into brute. There's no magic to a RICO case that's a conspiracy. The state has to first prove the conspiracy, and this allegation is testimonial evidence that cannot be used against Mr. Williams, if Mr. Silva testifies.
That's not true.
Mr. Steele, we're going to have to just fundamentally disagree on how you read State versus Jefferson. I've taken a look at Jefferson. That is not what Jefferson says. I respectfully to you, but I don't think that Justice Melton, who wrote the opinion at that point in time, in any way saying anything you're saying about that issue in regards to that, because this case covers a business record. They're not trying to get it in under a business record. They're saying that this particular account goes to acts in furtherance of the conspiracy, specifically the one that occurred on or about the 23rd of August of 2013. And I'm looking at it right now.
Can you please just read the case?
Yeah, I've read it.
That is not what it's saying.
No, I'm looking at it. Whenever the court permits, I'd like to respond. And Your Honor, I can
Ms. Love, go ahead. I'm taking a look at State versus Jefferson, which talks about 16:15:9.
Yes, Your Honor. I have that.
Okay. And you're traveling under 16:14:4, Charlie, is that right? And 16:14:4 Bravo, is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And that and the distinctions are just glaring. It's inapplicable here. This in State versus Jefferson is an attempt by the prosecutor to establish the existence of a gang by putting in baldly a conviction of a person who's not on trial. There is not any other evidence being offered. They just put in the conviction. Distinguishing our circumstances here, most glaringly, as the court has pointed out, we have alleged a conspiracy under 16:14:4C. And Your Honor, one of the overt acts that the state alleges in furtherance of the conspiracy is the offense that we have shown evidence of through Sergeant Heed, and which we intend to put up at least one more witness to prove the event of August the 23rd, 2013. And because Mr. Sharp sought to introduce, he turned to me and showed me that he was about to attempt to introduce the indictment that was handed down for Mr. Stillwell. And I told Mr. Sharp that I would object to an indictment, a bare indictment being admitted or tendered because that has no evidentiary value. I offered to Mr. Sharp to, at this point, during his own cross-examination, to tender the state certified copy that the state intended to introduce in any event as evidence of the occurrence of Act 3, which is alleged as an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. Under Mr. Steele's reasoning, it's an attempt to separate something that is solidly together by virtue of count 1 and the acts listed in Acts 1 through 191. He cannot pick apart the overt acts alleged in furtherance of the conspiracy by claiming that the proof of those acts can only be considered by the jury against the person alleged to have considered the acts. So we wholly object to it. It's not applicable. It's distinguishable. And we would ask that the court deny or overrule Mr. Steele's objection.
All right, Mr. Steele, anything else for?
Sure. Your Honor, I just emailed everyone again, just a more recent case for the State versus Thomas. It's 364 Georgia Appeal 148, 2022, where the second highest court in Division 2 wrote following. These people are trapped together by the way you're on. So, Division 2, I'm sorry, it says, oh, he's moving around.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now, so I see it. They claim that trial court hereby concluding that Jefferson. So, all right. In this case, they concluded the trial court erred in ruling that the prior convictions are wholly inadmissible.
Exactly.
Like other evidence, got to read on further. Admission of evidence in gang activity is committed to the sound discretion of the trial court, and the court's decision to admit or exclude such evidence will not be disturbed on appeal absent abuse of discretion. And again, this is in regards to 1659. The state in this particular count is alleging the conspiracy counts 1614 for Charlie and 1614 for Bravo of count one. So anything else, sir?
Yes, this is the rules of engagement, like you use the term. This is a competition clause. It's testimonial cannot be used against anyone but Mr. Silva, and that's why the limiting instruction is being requested. And that's what State versus Thomas said, that's what Jefferson versus State said.
But you have a conspiracy. That's the a conspiracy means more than one person. So it may not be admissible, just like evidence, as you know, Mr. Steele, haven't done this a while. Evidence may be admissible for one reason and inadmissible for others, but in a conspiracy allegation, this is what the state's trying to admit. In terms of that, they're using that for that particular purpose.
Conspiracy doesn't do away with statutes or constitutional rights.
I understand that, sir. I do.
The state will not be able to, the court will not find one case that says under 1664 A, B, or C, somehow this is admissible. Respectfully, Your Honor.
But you're doing it under 1615.9, 1615.3. So that's all different than what I'm being asked to resolve in this particular issue.
No, the state tried to get it in under a conspiracy statute of 6. Those are the gang statutes. And it says that the conviction of one gang member shall be admissible against another. And the Supreme Court of Georgia, Jeffery, said that would make the statute unconstitutional.
Have they declared that statute unconstitutional?
It would make the gang statute unconstitutional.
Have they declared that unconstitutional, Mr. Steele? Yes or no?
Well, it said no. It said because it cannot be used against anyone but the person who pled guilty. That's how it's not. Otherwise, it would be. That's what Justice Nelson wrote on the opinion that you first read on Jefferson. So my point is, we're putting in. It's clearly testimonial. It happens in court. It happens for prosecution. He pleads guilty. I can't cross-examine. Maybe he pled guilty because he said, "I got out of jail that day. I don't have a lawyer." They promised that they wouldn't charge my crime. I don't have any way to cross-examine him. And what the state is wrongly leading this, we're trying to lead this on a foot down the path of saying, well, everything comes in against everybody. That's for a jury to determine if they find a conspiracy, and then it's not against everyone. If Mr. Williams, let's say, is in a conspiracy, then the court's going to charge the overt act of Mr. Stillwell, for instance, in this case. If that's done further as a conspiracy, it doesn't have to be the act of Mr. Williams. If Mr. Williams is part of that conspiracy, then the RICO is proven. It's the actual transgression into the confrontation clause that keeps that out against Mr. Williams. It doesn't change anything about the RICO count. The state still has 191 acts, 190 acts, I believe, to then say somebody committed one of these acts if they're involved in a conspiracy, and if that overt act furthered that conspiracy, then that person may be found guilty of the RICO. But that's not to say that every single thing done here means that the confrontation clause is not violated. So that's why I like your instruction.
Your Honor, respectfully, I disagree. I've consulted with E.D. Carlson, who also disagrees and is in agreement with our position that Jefferson applies to the Gang Act and not RICO. And the overt act is to prove the nature of the enterprise. And in Jefferson, there were no witnesses. He is stating and articulating the exact distinctions that I have made to the court.
All right, Mr. Steele, I'm going to overrule the objection and authorize that when the jury comes back, that those particular states 53 Delta will be admissible. And then I will note that there is a continuing objection. All right?
Can I mention something else while you're here for a second? That came up on that last exhibit, 52 Delta, I think it is. In the court, Mr. Sharp made an objection going out with the jury.
I'm not resolving those issues right now.
Okay.
We'll take up those at the end of the trial because some will go out with the jury and some will not be. I'm not going to rule on those right now. I don't need to.
I'll email you. It's just part of that because
I don't need to right now, Mr. Steele. Believe me, when we get to that point in the trial, I'll go ahead and take up all of the exhibits that will go to the jury and those that will not. And I'll make sure that we call those out and we have a good list. I just don't want to deal with it right now. Okay. All right, we're in recess. See you all back in about 5 minutes. You're eating up all your time, so see you then. Nicole. All right, now Sergeant Heeb is back. Okay, all right, so go ahead, sir.
All right, Sergeant Heath.
Hey.
So just to pick up where we left off, you made the charging decisions in this case.
Correct.
Okay, and you charged my client, Shannon Stillwell, with marijuana charges.
Yes.
You did not charge Shannon Stillwell with any gang charges.
No.
I'm going to approach with what's been admitted as 53D, stated 53D, certified conviction of Shannon Stillwell's 13 SC 12122 up. Hand that to you, sir. Did the state indict Mr. Stillwell on this charge from August 23rd, 2013?
Doesn't appear that they did.
They accuse him.
It looks like there was a non-negotiated plea.
Okay, let me.
I don't typically deal with the certified convictions.
I understand. Indict. If you go 2 more pages, you can see the specifics of the date.
Okay.
Did the state indict Mr. Stillwell for the crimes of August 23rd, 2013?
Objection as to form, the document speaks for itself, and I don't mind.
I could ask about that.
I'll sustain that. Question is the form, you can rephrase it.
Was Mr. Stillwell indicted for these charges from August 23rd, 2013?
Counsel, I'm gonna be real honest with you. I have no idea what I'm looking at right now.
Form of the question and
I'll sustain the question.
Okay. Does the document that you're holding indicate that Mr. Stillwell was ever charged with any gang charges?
No. No.
Did Mr. Stillwell plead guilty to the marijuana charges?
Yes.
I'm going to show you, sir, what's a demonstrative marked State's Exhibit 1B. I'll hold this up for you. Do you recognize what this is?
It's a map.
Okay, does it have some green and red writing on it?
It does.
All right. Now, is this a map of a certain section of Atlanta?
It appears to be.
Okay, it's 322 Glen Street on this map.
You're gonna have to bring it closer.
Certainly.
No.
Could you say it louder?
No.
Okay. 322 Glen Street is north of this map, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing else.
Any further examination?
No, Your Honor, not at this time.
Okay, at this point in time, may we excuse Sergeant Heeb permanently or temporarily as a witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Permanent? Okay. Sergeant Heeb, appreciate your patience with us. We're going to go ahead and permanently excuse you as a witness. Just don't discuss testimony of anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir.
Sir, the documents?
Just leave those with Ms. Weaver, my court reporter right here. your next witness, madam.
You're still on Act 3, we call Sergeant Jimenez.
All right. Summon Sergeant Jimenez, please. Sergeant Jimenez, good afternoon, sir. If you would please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you turn and face Sergeant Ingram, be sworn as a witness, please, before you sit down.
Raise your right hand. Swear firm testimony given today the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Have a seat. State the spelling, your first and last name for the court, please.
First name Scott, S-C-O-T-T. Last name Jimenez, J-I-M-E-N-E-Z.
Good afternoon, Sergeant Jimenez. And if my southern accent makes it wrong, as I say your name, you feel free to correct me.
No problem.
Would you tell the jury where it is that you currently work?
I currently work in APD, Zone 5, the traffic unit,
How long have you worked there?
since June 29th
Of this year.
of this year.
Prior to that time, where did you work?
Prior to that, with APD for the last almost 18 years, in the open records unit.
Are you post-certified as a law enforcement officer by the Peace Officer Standards and Training Council of Georgia?
Yes, I am.
And have you remained post-certified during your entire time with the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, I have.
Prior to working with the Atlanta Police Department, what was your background?
Prior to working with the Atlanta Police Department, I worked at a large law firm in town. I handled litigation discovery for that law firm.
In August of 2013, you were employed with the Atlanta Police Department.
Yes, I was.
And on August the 23rd of 2013, did you have occasion to be involved in a detail that consisted of apprehending a person wanted for a probation violation?
Yes, that's correct.
And was that person Shannon Taylor?
That is correct.
Would you tell the jury what your role in that detail was?
Sure. On that day, I was a sergeant in the Apex unit, one of two supervisors working that day. The detail or the operation for the day, the assignment for the day, where there were two people that were wanted for probation violations, and we had an attached probation officer from the Department of Corrections working with us that was familiar with the actual arrest warrant and and the wanted subjects. That person was in a car of undercover officers, an unmarked vehicle. They went to the area where the wanted persons were known to hang out, and they spotted the wanted persons in the area. I believe it was Officer Heeb called out on the radio after the person later identified as Shannon Stowell was identified walking up Windsor Street. he gave out the description of the person, what they're wearing, height, weight, and identified that person as one of the wanted people. I was in a car with a marked vehicle in uniform with the other sergeant. Sergeant Heckenkamp was driving. I was in the passenger seat. We were coming down Glen Street. And the wanted person that was identified as Shannon Stillwell was over the radio. He was supposed to be coming from behind the store at the corner of Windsor and Glen.
What is that store called?
Typically is referred to as the green store.
Okay.
Mostly because of the paint color that it usually sports. There was a parking lot in the drive that goes behind that store and comes out from the Windsor side behind the store and onto the Glen, kind of a concrete driveway area on the Glen Street side. Sergeant Heckenkamp and I were driving eastbound, I believe eastbound, yes, eastbound on Glen. And I spotted the subject that was, the description was given over the radio. And I told Sergeant Heckenkamp to stop the car. I exited the vehicle, approached the identified subject. And he had a cell phone in his hand, and then he looked back over his shoulder where he had come from, and then placed the cell phone into his pocket. I noticed that as a pre-flight indicator that he may run. So I hastened my pace, went ahead and grabbed his left wrist. And executed the arrest. We guided him to the ground. Sergeant Heckenkamp cuffed him up. I asked him if he had anything on him at the time and that I should know about. And he said that he had some marijuana on him. After we got him cuffed up, stood up, I retrieved marijuana from his left pocket and cell phone from his right pocket.
The marijuana that you retrieved from his left pocket, did it come in any particular form? Was it in any particular?
Yes. The marijuana was packaged in two bundles. One was a kind of a sandwich bag of loose raw marijuana. I believe it was roughly probably an ounce from the volume. And then the other package was another bag that had, I believe, roughly 50 smaller Ziploc bags. They were transparent red Ziploc bags, each containing roughly probably a gram of marijuana apiece. So those two packages were both in his left pocket.
Was there any significance in terms of your experience as a law enforcement officer to the packaging of 50 smaller baggies of marijuana?
Yes, in my experience, the that volume of individual bags of marijuana would indicate intent to distribute, sale of marijuana.
And did you inquire, did you ask Shannon Stillwell whether he had anything on his person prior to learning that he had the marijuana on his person?
Actually, just in general, once we, restrained him, placed him in physical custody, asked him if he had anything on him that I should know about. Just a general question, and his response was that he had some marijuana.
Okay. Thank you. Just 1 second, please. Actually, the Mechanicsville area, is that in Zone 3?
Yes, it is.
Just 1 second. Would you explain to the jury just as succinctly as you can the borders of the Mechanicsville community of Atlanta?
A little more difficult. I haven't operated in specifically in the Zone 3 area, so I would probably say, I think coming down McDaniel, going all the way over. It's difficult for me to say, and the borders have changed probably 2 or 3 times since we've changed zone borders, so I really can't answer it specifically.
Oh, McDaniel is in the Mechanicsville area?
It is, yes.
Oh, thank you.
Sure.
That's all I have.
Cross, Mr. Sharp.
Hello. Sergeant Jimenez?
Currently Lieutenant Jimenez.
Oh, I'm sorry. Lieutenant.
That's okay. No worries.
All right. My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Still. Just a couple questions. You are the individual that first put hands on my client?
That is correct.
Okay. And you didn't, he told you, he was open and honest with you about the marijuana he had on this person, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And this marijuana that you found, you determined that he was, it was packaged for sale, correct?
The packaging would tend to indicate that it was packaged for distribution.
Okay, and distribution means for sale.
Yes.
And he was charged as such, correct?
That is correct.
Do you have any evidence as to where he got this marijuana from?
No.
Do you have any evidence of what he was planning to do with this money that he was going to make from these marijuana sales?
No, I don't have any information on that.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Just briefly. Lieutenant, I'm sorry, I was sorry.
No
I'm
worries.
showing you what has been marked as states Exhibit 47 Delta, a package that has been shown to the defense previously, and I'm showing to you now. Would you take a look at 47 Delta and open it up and look inside? Do you recognize what is 47 Delta?
I reckon as a cell phone, it's been 10 years since this case, so I would have to rely on the labeling from the property recovery.
Okay. And when you say you would have to rely on the labeling of the property recovered, I want to show you State's Exhibit 52 Delta and ask you in conjunction with State's 47 Delta, are you able to identify that as the cell phone you recovered from Mr. Stillwell?
Yes, from the case number, being the case number from this arrest, and also the 4-digit ID number on here is Officer Heeb. That is his 4-digit ID number on here. He's a case agent for this, and also the undercover officer that had called out the positive identification of Mr. Stillwell on the scene.
Your State is 47 Delta.
Any objection to 47 Delta, sir?
Relevance.
Is that it?
Yes.
Overruled. It's admitted.
Thank you, that's all that I have.
Your Honor, I said one.
One what?
Refile. And you gave some weights for the marijuana. Was the marijuana, to your knowledge, weighed, or were those just approximations that you were making?
The approximations are from my, visual description of those, but I believe when they were processed, they were all the items were weighed.
Okay, but you don't know the official weights from the weighing of the items.
I do from reflection of my recollection on the report. Yes.
Okay. What were the weights?
I believe the weights were 50 grams, I believe, for the packaged 50 bags of marijuana, and I think it was 28 grams for the loose raw marijuana in the sandwich bag, I believe. But I would have to refresh from the report.
Just so we're clear, 50 grams is for the total of all the bags.
No, I believe it's 88 is the total for both.
I'm sorry, 50 grams is total for all
Your Honor,
these
I would
small.
ask the object and ask
Basis.
that the witness be allowed to complete his answer.
Yeah, let him finish his answer first.
With the numbers, I would have to actually look at the report because the report has the actual, accurate numbers. I only know, what I pulled from his pocket and my estimation at the time. I didn't turn the drugs into the evidence room, so that's where they will be weighed and they were documented in the report.
Fair enough. But when you said 50, you were talking about the entire total of all the small bags, not each bag.
I believe so, yeah.
All right, nothing further. Thanks.
All right, anything further? If not,
Your Honor, just what was the 88 that you mentioned?
I think there was a total, I think the total grams of marijuana, but I'd have to look at the report for that.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
all right. All right, may Lieutenant Jimenez be permanently or temporarily excused the witness?
Currently.
All right. Lieutenant Jimenez, appreciate your patience with us. I'm going to go ahead and permanently excuse you as a witness, but don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay? All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. All right, call your next witness, madam.
Your Honor, as to Act 4, the state calls Andrew Phillips.
All right, summon Andrew Phillips, please.
And Your Honor, with respect to this witness, if we could invoke the same provisions as to.
Okay, I'll ask the members of the media respectfully, if you would just not film our witness, you can take other audio or other testimonial evidence. I appreciate that. All right. Do we have Mr. Phillips available?
Yes.
Okay, all right, let's bring him in.
Thank you.
Mr. Phillips, good afternoon, sir. Sir, if you would please approach the witness stand once you get there. Before you sit down, if you would turn and face Sergeant Ingram, be sworn as a witness.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Have a seat. State and spell your first and last name for the course that I'm going to do. Please.
State and spell. Andrew Phillips, Andrew Phillips, Phillips.
Good afternoon, Mr. Phillips. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Good. Mr. Phillips, would you tell the jury just a little bit about yourself? Are you from Atlanta?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
And generally, in 2013, what area of Atlanta did you live in?
Buckhead.
On June the 10th of 2013, were you living in Buckhead then?
Yes, ma'am.
And on July the 10th, sorry for asking previously about June, July the 10th.
Yes, ma'am.
On that date, are you married?
Yes, ma'am.
Did anything of significance happen on that date that caused you to reach out to the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you tell the jury what it was that happened?
I'd returned from being on vacation and noticed that a door was open or ajar. And I called 911, the police department showed up, they cleared the house. Then I went in and began to notice that some items were missing.
Now, the address that you lived at then, is that the address that you still reside in?
No, ma'am.
What address did you live at on July the 10th of 2013?
11 Demarest Avenue, Atlanta, Georgia, 303. I can't remember the full zip, sorry.
That's okay. Was that a house, a townhouse, an apartment, or something else?
It was a house.
Standalone home?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And could you describe when you say your front door was open? Had it been kicked in, or was it just ajar?
It was ajar. There was no signs of any forced entry.
Had you left your door unlocked?
I can't say that for sure or not.
All right. What all did you find was missing inside your home?
Specifically, 2 firearms. One was a handgun, one was a shotgun. I believe a laptop and a blanket, to be exact.
A blanket?
Blanket.
What kind of blanket?
Like a blanket that had been over the back of a armchair.
Could you tell the jury what kind of handgun it was that was missing?
It was a Sig Sauer.
P226.
That's not correct.
All right. And what kind of laptop was missing?
An Apple.
Who did that belong to?
My wife.
Now, was there any way that you were able to, was there anything else that was present or absent at the time that you arrived home? In other words, was your alarm system, did you have an alarm system?
We did have an alarm, but I can't say whether or not it had been on or not.
And when you got home, was there any mail or anything at your doorstep to leave an indication as to?
Actually, there was mail on the front doorstep now that you say that.
Okay, what was there?
It was I think a small brown package.
Okay. And on what date was that UPS package delivered?
I do not recall.
Showing you a copy of the incident report from that incident. Refresh your memory?
I'm sure it would.
All right. I'm going to show you page 2 for counsel's purposes of incident 131910027. And just for reference's sake, we will label it State Exhibit 54R. R as in Romeo. Did I get that right? Okay. So just take a look at the last line of that paragraph.
Okay.
Without reading it out loud, just let me know if it refreshes your memory as to when the package was delivered.
It does.
Okay. And you arrived home on the 10th, was it, of July?
Was it that sounds accurate.
And what date was the package delivered?
Based on what I just read there on the 9th.
Okay. I'm going to show you, and Your Honor, at this time, we have an exhibit that has been made safe, but we are also bringing in a weapon into the courtroom, so we need to make the court aware.
That's fine.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 12 Bravo.
Yes. You may proceed when ready. Okay.
Now, Mr. Phillips, did you ever receive back your firearm?
No, ma'am.
All right. At some point, did you reach out to the Atlanta Police Department to tell them a serial number or any other identifying information for the firearm?
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
Now, do you recall what that serial number was?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay. And do you recall what your firearm looked like?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you recognize your firearm if you saw it?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize the firearm inside the box that is labeled 4054 Delta?
Can you flip it over?
Go ahead, you flip it.
I'm sorry. Not 54 Delta, hang on 1 second. 40.
12, is it 12 Bravo?
12 Bravo.
Without confirming the serial number, yes, it does look like my firearm.
And are you able to tell the jury what make and model of the firearm it is that you're looking at?
Yes, ma'am.
What is it?
It's a Sig Sauer P226.
All right. And what is it about that firearm that makes you believe that that is your firearm?
It's very specific. The P226 model is the firearm that is issued to the Navy SEALs. So I can see the logo on there and know that.
All right. And when you say, why is it that your firearm would have, or you would have a firearm specific to Navy SEALs?
I just thought it would be cool to own that specific firearm.
All right. With showing you a mark with a serial number listed on it, refresh your memory as to the serial number.
I'm sorry, can I get that question one more time?
Would showing you a warrant with the serial number listed refresh your memory as to the serial number for your firearm?
To answer your question, I don't know if it would. Without seeing the purchase document from when I bought it, I couldn't confirm the serial number.
Okay, but you can confirm, or can you confirm that can you confirm that the serial number that was on your purchase document is something you conveyed to the police?
Yes, ma'am. I did have to call and get that document from the store that I purchased it from.
Okay, and the document that you got from the store, did you read from that document when you gave that number to the police?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, do you recall who it was that you, that responded to your residence when you reported the break-in?
I do not.
Do you recall the whether there were more than one officer, or whether it was a female or a male, or anything of that nature?
I want to say that there was 2 police officers.
Okay.
It was late and it was dark, and I just got done traveling.
Did you ever receive any of the items back, or did you ever receive notification that any of your items had been found?
I did receive notification that this firearm next to me had been found.
And did you attempt to retrieve that firearm?
I reached out to find an understanding of the whereabouts of the firearm.
What do you mean?
Just once they had contacted me, I was curious.
Okay. And were you allowed to get your firearm back?
No, ma'am.
All right. Now, at the time, had you given anyone permission to be in your home during that time?
No, ma'am.
And had you specifically spoken to anyone or a person by the name of Jeffery Williams and given him permission to hold or to have your firearm?
No, ma'am.
Were any of the other items that were stolen from your home ever recovered, as far as you know?
No, ma'am.
Does the name Officer Monheim actually, just one moment, Mr. Phillips. Was there ammunition taken with your handgun?
I would say that yes, it was.
And what about the other firearm that you talked about? What was that firearm once for?
It was a shotgun.
Okay. Was that shotgun ever recovered?
Not to my knowledge.
And do you remember any other identifying information about the shotgun?
I can tell you that it had a brown stock and a brown forward grip.
And was there any ammunition with the shotgun?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I believe that that's all that I have.
Thank you.
Mr. Sharp? Or I'm sorry, Mr. Adams.
Yes, sir. Let's go. So, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
My name is Keith Adams, represent Jeffery Williams. You and I have never met, correct?
Correct.
So if I heard correctly, in July of 2013, you went on vacation with this house, correct?
Yes, sir.
How long were you on?
I can't say for sure, but I feel like it was 4 to 5 days.
Okay. I mean more than a day or two, right?
Correct.
Okay. And the date that we've heard referenced before, July the 10th of 2013, that's the day that you came back, correct?
That sounds correct.
You come back, and before you go in your house, you notice that your door is open, it's ajar.
On the way up the driveway, we noticed the door. Yes, sir.
There was a package that had been delivered on that day, or at some point you come to find out it was delivered on that day, right?
I believe, based on what she showed me, it had been delivered on the day before.
Okay. She did not prosecute?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So there's a package there, but you don't know how long that door has been ajar, right?
Correct.
You don't recall whether or not you had your alarm set, true?
Correct. I believe that the alarm was not on, but I can't confirm that.
Okay. And what we know for a fact, well, what you told us is that the door did not appear to be damaged. It wasn't kicked in or anything like that. It was just ajar.
Correct.
This is a standalone house.
Correct.
In a neighborhood.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Subdivision, cul-de-sac, something like that?
Just a neighborhood, normal neighborhood with homes next to one another.
Okay, bunch of families in the neighborhood, some kids, some went out?
Correct.
Okay. Any other thefts or burglaries in the neighborhood as far as you're aware?
I feel like some things had taken place, but I can't recall.
Sure. And so what you can tell us is that you come home and 2 guns, a laptop, and a blanket are missing from the house.
That sounds accurate.
Okay. The may I approach, Judge?
You may, sir.
All right. The item that you've been shown here that's been previously made safe by, made safe, is a gun. It's a black gun, right?
Yes, sir.
Looks kind of like the gun that you had, right?
Correct.
But you don't know the serial number.
Correct.
Right. And so you can't identify, I mean, there's more than one black gun out there in the world, right?
I can say, yes, sir, but when they called me with that gun specifically, they had matched the serial number to the serial number that I had submitted.
Okay, but for purposes of you telling this jury that you know for a fact that this item that we're looking at right here, I'm gonna move it so that correct way, that does have a serial number on it, you don't know that serial number. You can't recognize it by that serial number.
Not off the top of my head, no, sir.
All right. You never retrieved it, or you never got it back. They never gave it back to you, or gave any gun back to you, did they?
This is my first time seeing it since.
Okay, well, seeing what you believe to be
Correct.
what might be your gun.
Correct.
Do I recall or know correctly that the officers who came out dusted the location for fingerprints?
I believe they did. It was a long time ago.
Would that have been the Atlanta Police Department that came out, or was it another jurisdiction?
I want to say that it was APD.
Okay. And so as far as you know, they conducted some degree of investigation involving and including dusting for fingerprints, right?
Correct.
Do you remember whether they told you, or do you remember them telling you that they were actually able to retrieve or to lift?
Objection as to hearsay.
I'm sustaining this point.
Okay.
Outstanding question.
All right. Well, certainly, as far as you know, the Atlanta Police Department, detectives, officers, whoever came out, would have some information about whatever it is they found.
Objection as to speculation.
I'll sustain the questions of speculation.
Okay. They came out and investigated, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. APD, Atlanta Police Officers.
I believe so.
All right. Okay. Mr. Phillips, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir.
Anybody else? Anything further, madam?
Your Honor, I don't have anything further now. I would ask that Mr. Phillips temporarily be released and allowed to be recalled.
Okay. Mr. Phillips, thank you for your patience with us. I'm going to go ahead and temporarily excuse you as a witness. So what that means is at some point in time, you may be subject to being recalled. We'll certainly give you enough advance notice in order for you to get here timely. But don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Understood.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right. Ms. Love and a representative, can I get you all to come on up, please? And the rest of you, put your headphones on, please. All right, let's talk radio.
I can't hear.
I take it up in just a second, Christine. All right, ladies and gentlemen, how about we take 5 minutes? I have it on good authority that we're going to go ahead and maybe take one more witness, and then we'll conclude for the day. But, you know, what do I know, though, right? Okay, so take 5 minutes or thereabouts. We'll call you back in, okay? All right. All rise. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, okay. Mr. Steele, what is your motion, sir?
I'd just like to remind the sound court I made a motion previously and asked the state to ensure that with Officer Mannheim, or if you recall, but he stopped Mr. Williams on September 9th of 2013 in a traffic stop. Mr. Williams did not have a driver's license. He stated that he ran Mr. Williams' name. He stated to me, my interview with him today, that the way he was able to see Mr. Williams' pictures, he ran it on prior arrests. So I would like that to be eliminated.
That
prior arrest.
issue of prior arrest?
Yes.
State have any issue about that?
I don't, unless there's a door opened through cross-examination.
Okay, could you instruct him to not reference that?
Yes.
Please?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
He also stated in the police report, and you had this last time as well, that Mr. Williams was currently on probation. It's in the police report. I believe Mr. Williams was not on probation because his brother used his name as juvenile. That was the probation, but I'd like that to be excluded. I believe you already did that, but I just don't want to get into a position where I'm in this trial.
Okay, can we also tell him not to mention anything about that, Ms. Love, as well?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe
Okay.
He was accepted.
I believe, Your Honor, that given what Officer Mannheim will be testifying about, that there will be no need for him at all to go into anything like.
Well, let's just make sure that we cover those two items in particular, okay?
We would do.
Okay, all right, anything else?
Yeah, the final one is you admitted over my objection. The statement that Mr. Williams made is a gun found in the passenger seat, if you recall, Your Honor, and then Mr. Williams allegedly said that the gun belonged to a friend.
Yes.
He's in custody. Mr. Officer Mannheim then asked Mr. Williams whose gun it is, and Mr. Williams did not answer. There was no Miranda. He was in custody. He was asked the second. I understand you admitted Mr. Williams stated that it's my friend's gun over my objection, but the next part would be interrogation. you found the first part to be spontaneous.
Yeah.
Okay. So he's basically asking about the second, I guess, or the silence is an admission.
Your Honor, what I'm asking,
And it's post-arrest.
Post-arrest silence. So.
I want to be really clear here because this is part of some of the stuff that I was mentioning earlier regarding the opening. The state vehemently moves the court to admonish counsel for Mr. Williams to in no way attempt to solicit self-serving hearsay from Officer Monheim unless the state asks for that information, because we would be entitled to as a statement of a party opponent.
You open the door, Mr. Steele, it may come in, so you're just, you're just warned at this point in time, okay?
Mr. Steele's, I'm asking that the court preclude Mr. Steele from asking Officer Monheim what Mr. Williams said. When he said that is a friend's gun, that is a self-serving statement.
That's admissible. I said that was admissible already.
No, Your Honor, it's admissible if the state asks it because it's a statement of a party opponent, not Mr. Williams. What we're saying is they can't solicit that.
Are you gonna ask him that on direct?
No. And Mr. Williams can't because that is self-serving hearsay. Baldly here. If I may continue talking to the court, Mr. Williams can't because it is self-serving hearsay, Your Honor. So we would ask that the court preclude Mr. Williams from asking Officer Monheim or attempting in any way to solicit in front of the jury the self-serving statement that the firearm belonged to a friend. If the state seeks to get that in, the state can do so because it is a statement of a party opponent, but it is not permissible for Mr. Williams to attempt to get his own words in through a witness that is not Mr. Williams.
Okay. All right, Mr. Steele, what do you say about that?
I moved to exclude that statement, so that's okay. But I'm just talking about the second part, the post-arrest silence.
I'm talking about the first part.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about that, are we, Ms. Love?
I'm talking about the first part.
No,
I don't have any.
Mr. Steele doesn't have any. He's already asked me to exclude that. I'm not going to exclude it. Okay, you're saying that he can't. He's telling you he's not going to elicit that or solicit it. Okay, but his clarity is the second statement where Mr. Williams, he asked Mr. Williams a question.
Right.
That's what he's saying would be, he's motioning in limine for me to exclude.
Your Honor, I don't have a problem with the exclusion of the silence, and I want to make certain that I'm clearly responding to what has actually occurred and not a version of it that is inaccurate. So if the court will give me one moment, as I do that, I ask the court in limine, I'm moving the court in limine to preclude Mr. Steele from attempting to elicit self-serving hearsay. That is Mr. Williams' statement that the gun found in the car with him that was stolen belonged to a friend. That is what I am moving in limine for the court to do, because it is impermissible for that to be solicited by the party who made the statement. He can get on the stand and say it, or the opposing party can have it admitted if we so desire to do so or sought to do so. But Mr. Williams, Mr. Adams, and Mr. Steele cannot ask a witness what their client said when it is self-serving hearsay, and I have the law for that. I'll give it to the court.
Again, I don't think he's asking about that. Mr. Steele, you're not going to ask any questions to elicit that, right?
Correct.
Okay. And Ms. Lovin, you're not going to ask, or you're going to instruct Officer Monheim not to mention any of the silence or post-arrest silence in response to that particular question.
Right.
of who owned the gun. Okay, so those three things you need to go ahead and advise Officer Monheim as to. Take 5 minutes or so. We'll come back. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Council. All right, we're in recess.
Let me just go out there. No, I'm gonna go. No, it's the same. Can you get Mahan down here? Or whatever it is?
Then before the jury comes out.
Let me have that farm. The last one I just gave you.
All right, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, with respect to the motion eliminated made by Mr. Still regarding Mannheim, what we would ask, Your Honor, is that I did go and talk to Officer Mannheim as court directed, and I will always do as court directed, but I'm asking, Your Honor, with respect to the way that Officer Mannheim was able to identify Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams did not have a license, didn't have any identification. We are asking simply that Mr. Officer Mannheim be able to say from, an Atlanta police database, whatever he has to say. It doesn't have to be arrest records, but we do want the jury to know that he identified Mr. Williams as Jeffery Williams before taking him into custody. And without him being able to say that, what we have is that Mr. Williams advised that he did not have his driver's license. He didn't have one. He gave Officer Mannheim his name and date of birth. Mr. Steele just got up here and talked about the fact that, his assertion that Mr. Williams' brother has used Mr. Williams' name. But, arguably they can make that argument later on. This wasn't Jeffery Williams, this was his brother using his name. But Officer Mannheim identified Mr. Williams by running Mr. Williams on ACIC
And from pictures on Police Central from, I'm quoting his report, not what I'm asking the court to allow him to say, but from pictures on Police Central from prior arrests in Fulton County. So what we are asking is that Officer Monheim be allowed to testify that from law enforcement databases, he was able to identify the person that he had stopped and found with the stolen gun, the defendant Jeffery Williams. Because otherwise, you know, there's a gaping hole.
Mr. Steele?
Your Honor, I would object to that, but I don't mind A, stipulating to Mr. Williams, I won't make an argument it's not, and B, you ran a computer check. You don't need to say.
Yeah, I think making it general would probably be fine.
How did I first say it, Judge?
Well, I think that running a computer check, he was able to determine that was Jeffery Williams.
Okay.
Mr. Steele says he's not going to object to that.
Okay.
It's just that it's more prejudicial than probative if he gets into, well, you know, there are multiple arrests and I saw it, and that's the way I was able to determine it was between him and his brother.
Definitely.
Okay, well, that's what.
Database, okay. Computer is kind of weird.
A records check.
A records check, okay, thank you. That works.
Can we call him now?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you get him in here? And I want to make sure he's here.
Wait, Your Honor, you told me the records check that, okay. Make it an issue, I stipulated.
The witness is in there.
Hold on. Ms. Love, can you ask Officer Monheim to step back?
Yes, Your Honor.
I think a simpler way is your counsel, your brethren across the bar have indicated is maybe just is just to stipulate that it's Mr. Williams.
Your Honor, I just want to have the officer able to say that he was able to in some way confirm. I don't mind if it's database and record. I don't care. I certainly don't want to inject for prior arrests, but I do want the officer to be able to say that he sought to confirm who it was that he was dealing with, and that he was able to confirm that it was Mr. Williams. I don't care if it's through records, database. I don't care.
Well, then why don't you say the confirming database
Okay.
check?
Okay. I will tell him to say that.
I ran his information and I was able to confirm.
Say again?
I ran his information and I was able to confirm.
Yeah, this is Jeffery Williams. Yeah. That works.
You want to bring the jury out before we come in?
Yeah, hold on one second. We'll bring our jury out first, okay? All right. All right, some of our jurors, please, Sergeant Ingram.
And we have the rule regarding people practicing.
All right. Members of the media, again, thank you for your patience and indulgence with us. This witness, if you could please not photograph him as well or put him on live stream, but you're welcome to report or otherwise capture any oral or any other statements.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Sergeant. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, State, call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, the state calls for Act 4 Officer, Senior Patrol Officer Michael Monheim.
All right, summon Officer Monheim, please. Officer Monheim, good afternoon, sir. If you would please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you would be so kind to turn and face Sergeant Ingram and be sworn as a witness, please, before you sit down.
You raise your right hand. You swear to affirm testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Have a seat. Your first and last name for the court.
It's going to be Michael Monheim. First name is spelled Michael. Last name is spelled Monheim.
Good afternoon, Officer Monheim. Would you tell the jury a little bit about yourself and tell them where you currently are employed?
I've been employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department for 18 years now. My assignments is patrol officer, responding to 911 calls, accidents, proactive policing, and engaging in the public.
What was that last part?
Engaging with the public.
And what area, if any, in particular of Atlanta are you assigned to cover?
The downtown and midtown area.
Are you certified as a law enforcement officer in the state of Georgia?
Yes, I am.
Have you remained so certified during your entire career with the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes.
Prior to working with the Atlanta Police Department, what was your background?
I was prior military and I worked for Armored Car Company.
Say the last part.
Armored Car Company.
Okay. And what was your service? What branch of the military?
The Marines.
Thank you for your service. How long did you serve in the Marines?
8 years.
From what year to what year?
From 1996 to 2004.
And what was your position within the Marines?
I was infantry personnel.
And were you honorably discharged?
Yes.
In September of 2013, were you working with the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes.
What was your position at that time?
I was a patrol officer at that time.
And were you assigned to any particular area of Atlanta?
The midtown area.
On that day, did you have an occasion to conduct a traffic stop on a person you later learned was Jeffery Williams?
Yes, I did.
Would you tell the jury how that came to be?
On the date that you had mentioned, I was sitting at the intersection of Techwood Drive and 14th Street, which is near 1132 Techwood Drive. I was sitting there monitoring the flow of traffic during rush hour at that time. I was in a very far right lane facing westbound on 14th Street at that intersection.
At around 8:26 in the morning, I observed a black Dodge Challenger. It was traveling westbound in the middle lane, which is a straight lane only. The tag number, I believe, is going to be P as in Paul, IN 4143. And it passed me in the straight lane only, and then it made a left-hand turn that was now traveling southbound on Techwood Drive. I observed that he made a proper left turn because he wasn't in the turn lane to make a left turn. And our signs indicated that have lane assignments. I then went to go pull the vehicle over, and he continued southbound on Techwood Drive, approaching 10th Street. As you approach that intersection, there is a right turn lane only, and that is clearly labeled with the sign saying right lane must turn right. I observed him traveling that, and he continued straight, going southbound, merging on the I-75-85 southbound ramp from 10th Street. At that time, I made a traffic stop on the vehicle on I-75-85 southbound underneath the 5th Street overpass.
At the time that you first observed the vehicle committing the traffic violation, did you know who the driver of the vehicle was?
No, I did not.
And can you tell the jury, do you have a basis for knowing approximately how far the location of 1132 Techwood Drive is when you first noticed the vehicle from the address of 11 Demarest Avenue in Buckhead?
Approximately 2 miles.
So how is it when you were able to conduct a traffic stop? Tell the jury what it is that happened next.
I approached the vehicle, the driver rolled down the window. I explained to him why I pulled him over and asked him for his driver's license. He said he didn't have a driver's license on him, but he gave me his name and his birth date.
And what name and what birthday did he give?
Jeffery Williams.
Now, would you give the jury a general description of the person that was in the vehicle?
He was a black male, thin built, tall, and he had some long braids.
Okay. Now, you said that he told you he did not have a license?
That's correct.
Were you able to run this information and confirm that he was who he said he was?
That's correct. When he gave me his name and his birth date, I ran his information on the ACIC.
Just go ahead and you have some information sources, databases.
Correct.
Okay. So after that, after you were able to confirm who he was, did you allow him to drive away in that car without a license?
No, I did not.
What did you do?
At that time, I came back to the vehicle, asked him to step out of the car. He did. I placed him in handcuffs and told him he was under arrest for failure to obey a traffic control device at the intersection of Techwood Drive and 14th Street for making an improper left turn, and the intersection of Techwood Drive and 10th Street for going straight in a right turn lane only. And that he had no driver's license on.
Okay, hold on 1 second. I'm gonna keep you from going too far because I want to ask the question to make certain that you're responding to the question. All right. So when you placed him under arrest, just 1 second. Your Honor, may I approach really quickly? I want to make certain that we have a matter settled before we go on. It'll be good.
Okay, can y'all hear me? All right, Kim. Officer Monheim, I'm going to just ask you to step outside for just 1 second, please, if you wouldn't mind, sir. Don't get too comfortable. How are you going to handle the matter that we...
Oh, yes, thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Monheim, forgive my interruption. Would you please go ahead and tell the jury what happened after, did you allow Jeffery Williams to get back in the car, you learned that he was unlicensed.
No, I did not.
Okay, and what did you do at that point?
At that time, I placed him under arrest for driving while unlicensed, improper left turn, and failure to obey traffic control device. As I started walking him back to my patrol car in handcuffs, I observed in the cup holder of the vehicle a clear plastic bag with some blue pills inside of it, sitting in plain view. I put them in the back of the car, and then I went back to retrieve the pills from the cup holder, and they were suspected Xanax pills. I did a further search of the vehicle, and there was a black Sig Sauer 9mm handgun underneath the front passenger seat.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as, sorry. Oh, you have? Yeah. As 12 Bravo, and ask you if you recognize the exhibit marked 12 Bravo. You can go ahead and take a look at it.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that exhibit?
This is the firearm that I had recovered that was underneath the front passenger seat.
What is the serial number on that firearm?
The serial number is UU 748574.
What did you do with that firearm once you recovered?
I ran that on ACIC to see if the firearm was reported stolen, and it was reported stolen out of the city of Atlanta.
Okay. Your Honor, the state tender states exhibit 12 Bravo is evident.
Any objection to 12B?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 12B is admitted. Maybe publish as you see fit.
Yes. Okay. You're doing a great job. All right. All right. And what is the item that I'm holding here?
That is the magazine that goes to that gun.
Okay. And we don't keep ammunition with the guns in court. Thank you, Your Honor. Now, when you said that the gun was reported stolen out of Atlanta, by whom was that gun reported stolen?
It was reported stolen by, I want to say it was an Andrew Phillips.
Okay. And were you able to, or do you recall off the top of your head the incident report in which that gun was reported stolen?
I don't remember the APD case number off the top of my head, but I do recall that it was taken from a burglary.
Hearsay and contradiction.
Yeah. May I respond?
Yes.
Your Honor, the officer is talking to the jury about what was reported and why it was stolen, why he did what he did as it related to the firearm, and
Okay. All right, Mr. Steele, I'm going to overrule the objection.
Go ahead, please.
That the firearm was reported stolen from a burglary from 11 DeMorris Avenue, which is in Buckhead, and that firearm was reported stolen on July 10th of 2013.
All right. And was the owner of the firearm able to, how did the Atlanta Police Department get the serial number from the owner of the firearm?
Basis.
Saying, what?
Overrule the objection.
How was the Atlanta Police Department able to obtain the serial number for the stolen firearm?
The original responding officer that took the initial report, I believe, was the one that got the serial number from the victim, so he can list it as stolen.
And I'm going to show you a document we will mark State's Exhibit 55. March 55 Bravo. And for identification purposes, I will show Mr. Steele. To show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 55 Bravo. And ask you, are you familiar with State's Exhibit 55 Bravo?
I am now, yes.
Okay. Now, when you say I am now, what are you looking at it that makes you familiar with that exhibit?
It has the original case number for the initial report, but it was a supplemental report to the initial report.
Okay.
And it indicates on this police report that the serial number was added to the police report so that the vehicle could be put on the system as stolen.
The vehicle or the gun?
I'm sorry, the gun.
Okay. And what serial number is listed on that report so that the firearm could be listed or reported as stolen?
The serial number is listed as UU 748574.
After you obtained the information regarding the stolen firearm and the absence of a license as well as the Xanax pills, did you take out any warrants for Mr. Williams' arrest?
Yes, I did.
All right, and what did you charge him with?
I charged him with making an improper left turn, failure to obey a traffic control device, driving without a license, theft by receiving a stolen firearm, and possession of a controlled substance.
Okay. Now, is the person that you, do you recognize Mr. Williams? Would you recognize him if you saw him today?
Yes.
All right. Do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Would you describe what he is wearing and where he is seated for the jury?
He is at the second defense table in front of me. He is wearing a black turtleneck, and he's got his hair pulled back in the braids.
John, would the record reflect that the officers identified the defendant Jeffery Williams?
Michelle.
Officer Monheim, did you have any contact with the district attorney's office in terms of reporting that you had made these arrests?
Yes, I did.
And did you submit to the complaint room your warrants and your tickets that you issued in this arrest?
Yes, I did.
And did you have any control over the disposition of the case at any time thereafter?
No, I did not.
And do you have any personal knowledge, yes or no, about how it was that the district attorney's office chose to resolve the case?
No, I do not.
Okay. I think that's all that I have for now. Thank you.
Cross.
And Your Honor, we do tender the firearm station 12 Bravo is that.
That's already been admitted. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon.
You met Mr. Williams on or about September 9th of 2013. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And to be frank with the jurors, you don't remember this traffic stop, but you're using reports to refresh your memory. Is that fair to say?
Compound statement.
I stand as to form. You can just rephrase it, chop it down a little bit.
You don't remember this traffic stop on your own memory. Is that true?
I would say yes, that is true.
But your memory got aided with your report that you wrote. Is that okay to say that?
Yes.
Okay. And you're doing your best you can today to articulate accurate facts to the jury.
Yes.
With regards to the burglary, you are not involved with the investigation responding to the burglary, God forbid, of the Phillips home in Buckhead or anything like that. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
And that burglary, from what you read, is 2 months before you run into Jeffery Williams on September 9, 2013. Is that right?
That is correct.
And when I say 2 months before, I may not be to the date, but approximately July 10th of 2013 is about 2 months before September 9, 2013. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
And you're not telling this jury in any way that you have any scintilla of evidence that Mr. Williams was involved in that burglary. Is that fair to say?
Form.
I'll stand as to form. You can rephrase.
Is it true that you do not have any information Mr. Williams was involved in any burglary of the Phillips home?
Objection.
Is that true?
As to form.
I'll let him answer that. I'll hold that objection. You can answer that.
Say the question one more time.
Sure. You don't have any information at all that Mr. Williams is involved in the burglary of Mr. Phillips or Miss Phillips' home. Is that true?
That is true.
Okay. So now we're 2 months later. It's approximately 8, I think you said 8, hold on one second. 8:30 in the morning, is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
And Mr. Williams is driving around Techwood 14th Street. If you could just tell the jurors what part of Atlanta is that, if you don't mind.
That is close to Midtown.
Okay, that's not the Cleveland Avenue. You know where Cleveland Avenue area is?
I do know where Cleveland Avenue area is, yes.
And Midtown is not near, near is relative, but it's not the Cleveland Avenue area. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
Okay. So Mr. Williams is driving and you see him, you say, making a left turn from a straight only lane. And then you get behind him and then later he continues in a right turn only lane but goes straight. Is that the 2 traffic infractions you saw?
Yes, that is.
Okay. And then you blue lighted Mr. Williams. He pulls over the car. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
Okay. He didn't flee from you or anything. You blue lighted him. You pulled over and you approached the car.
That's true.
Okay. And Mr. Williams was totally professional and cooperative with you. Is that fair to say?
He was cooperative.
And he gave you his name, date of birth, told you he doesn't have a driver's license, right?
Yes.
And you confirmed that?
Yes.
And then you felt duty bound to arrest him because he's driving without a driver's license. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's fair to say.
Okay. And he's cooperative with you?
Objection, asked and answered.
I sustain the question.
At this point, he's cooperative.
Objection, asked and answered.
I sustain the question. Let's move on.
Okay, so I want to talk first about what's been marked as State's Exhibit 12B. Do you still have that exhibit in front of you, the gun?
No, I do not have the firearm in front of me.
Okay. Madam Court Reporter, do you have it? May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So 12B, through your work, you find out that this item, from running a computer check, comes up stolen from the serial number. Is that how it works?
Yes.
Okay, and you found the item though underneath the passenger seat
Mr.
on the
Steele.
floorboard, is that right?
I need to teach you about handling weapons. Please point the muzzle always downward, no
Yes,
matter if it's unloaded, okay?
I know it's unloaded, but
I
yes,
know
sir.
you make everybody nervous, okay? Including Mr. Kearns, who you're pointing it at. Yeah, all right.
I apologize, Mr. Curtis. Is that true? It's on the floorboard underneath the passenger seat. Is that true?
Yes, that's true.
Okay. And this is a two-door car?
Yes, it is.
And no other occupant of the car?
Correct.
And how long was that gun underneath that passenger seat floorboard?
Objection, speculation, no foundation.
I sustain the question.
So you know how long that gun was under the passenger seat floorboard?
I've got no idea how long it was underneath there.
And that, tell the ladies and gentlemen jury if Mr. Williams owned that car.
Objection and speculation.
Why don't you rephrase it? I'll sustain it as a form. You can
No,
phrase
the
it.
car, right?
Objection as to foundation.
I'm asking a question.
There's no foundation.
I sustain the question. Mr. Steele, why don't you just ask him if he knows who owned the vehicle?
The owner of the car was, let me get this right.
And I object again on the basis of foundation because stating it doesn't cure.
Let me help y'all out. Officer Mannheim, do you know who owned the vehicle that Mr. Williams was driving in?
Yes, I got that information from when I ran the vehicle tag information.
And Your Honor, the reason that I have the objection is that though he may have run it and know perhaps his tag came up, he does not know who owned the vehicle. There's been no testimony about personal knowledge of who actually owned the vehicle.
He asked that question, so that question's relevant to his inquiry.
And the owner was on you remember writing the owner on your report?
I don't remember the name of the person off the top of my head, no.
I'll help.
But it is on the police report.
Okay, and that's your police report, right?
Yes.
Do you have your report in front of you?
No, I do not.
Let me show you what I'll, may I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Your Honor, I object to this witness being shown that document about that.
What is the document, Mr. Steele?
Officer Mannheim's police report.
I'd ask the court to look at it.
Let me look at it, Mr. Steele. Please. Just hand it to Mr. Kearns. All right, you may want to hand him a clean copy of that, Mr. Steele. It's got all your notes and everything on it.
Let me hand you a copy. Tell me if this is your police report, if you don't mind, or part of it.
Yes.
So Najee, I'm going to spell it Najee Sanford, or Sanford, Sanford. That's the owner of the vehicle. Fair to say?
Yes.
And Mr. Williams is the driver on the day that we're talking about, correct?
Yes.
And the date again is the September 9, 2013, right?
Yes.
And the vehicle's not stolen, right?
The vehicle's not stolen.
Okay. With regards to the firearm, are there any fingerprints of Mr. Williams on that firearm? And it's 12B is what I'm talking about.
On 12B, the firearm itself?
Yes, sir.
No, there was no firearms. I mean, there's no fingerprints lifted from the firearm.
Okay. And you have no evidence whatsoever that Mr. Williams ever touched that firearm. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
And you have no evidence that Mr. Williams even knew that that firearm was in that car. Is that fair to say?
No objection, Your Honor. That would call for.
It's speculation. I'll sustain the questions to form.
Okay. With regards to I'm moving on to the 7 pills. They're Xanax. Is that fair to say, or they look like Xanax?
Yes.
But not in a container. Is that right?
That is correct.
And when I say a container, that's a bad word. Not in a prescription pill bottle like they're supposed to be. Is that true?
That is true.
Okay. And you found them, you said in the cup holder, right?
Yes.
Do you remember writing a draft report in this case before the final report?
Yes, I do.
And do you remember in the draft report saying that the 7 blue pills were in the center console area? Do you remember that?
That is true.
Nothing about plain view or in the cup holder in the draft report?
There are cup holders in the center console.
Okay. But you didn't say that in the draft report?
No, I did not say that.
Okay. Now, to be fair to ladies and gentlemen, jury, I asked.
Question as to the form of the question in the beginning about being fair to the ladies.
I sustain the form of the question. Just rephrase it.
Okay. I asked and you tried. Well, let's go back a little bit. At that time in September 9, 2013, you had the ability to record, and you did record this incident with Mr. Williams. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
And this is on, when I say recording, we're talking about video as well as audio recording, right?
That is correct.
And I asked to bring to court the video and the audio. Is that true?
I want to say the prosecutor asked for me to bring that to court.
Okay. And you tried to find it, right?
Yes.
And other people tried to find it. If you don't know that to say, that's fine.
I don't know how hard they tried, but other people did look for it, yes.
And it came back that there is no audio or video that I could show to the jury, right?
That is true.
It's lost.
It is lost.
By the City of Atlanta Police Department or the DA's office or somebody there, right?
Your Honor, I object to that latter part.
I'll sustain it as to the.
It's lost by the authority.
Latter portion.
Is that true?
Yes.
All right. You know Mr. Williams to be a well-known musical artist. Is that fair?
At the time of the traffic stop, no, I did not.
No, I'm saying you know that now.
Oh, yes, I do.
Objection as to relevance.
I sustain the question.
Okay. Okay. With regards to your encounter on this arrest of Mr. Williams, this is pretty much the sum and substance of everything, right? You went through everything, is that fair to say?
When I did pull the vehicle over, the vehicle windows were tinted, so I could not see what was transpiring as I approached the vehicle, getting out of the vehicle and approaching the vehicle. So I could not see what was going on inside the vehicle due to the window tint.
Okay. You're not saying anything was going on inside the vehicle. You don't know, you're saying.
I'm sitting here saying, I don't know what was going on inside the vehicle due to the window tint.
And we don't have the video audio, right?
The video.
As to compound.
I sustain this to form. You can rephrase it, Mr.
We don't have the video, right?
That is correct.
We don't have the audio.
That is correct.
Okay. Were you aware that this case was resolved
Objection, Your
in
Honor.
court?
I sustain the objection, Mr. Steele.
I have a certified copy of the disposition.
Still, it's still not in the correct format. I'm still going to sustain the objection.
Okay. I will show you what I'll mark as Mr. Williams number 1.
Your Honor, I object.
It's a certified copy.
Object.
Mr. Steele,
Yes, sir.
please stop that. Okay. It's not, I'm going to sustain the objection. Okay?
Okay.
He is not the proper witness for this. And D1, I'm going to mark D1, it's a DW1 as the item for refreshing recollection, so you can start with whatever else when you come up, if you have any other documents.
Okay, this will be number 2, Your Honor. I'll do it as soon as the court lets me.
Okay, all right.
I have no other questions. Thank you very much. Thank you, Officer Mahan.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And Officer Mahan, you were asked on cross-examination who owned the vehicle Mr. Williams was driving with the tinted windows. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Right. Now, are you stating to the jury that you have personal knowledge about who actually owned that car?
No, I do not.
Okay, then what is it that you're actually testifying about?
I am testifying to, that is the person's whose name was on the legal documents that purchased the vehicle
Okay.
and who the vehicle is registered to.
Okay. So is it always the case in your experience as a patrol officer?
I sustain the question, Mr. Lee. You can rephrase, ma'am.
During your time patrolling the streets of Atlanta, do you always find that the person who is registered as an owner is the actual owner of the vehicle?
No.
Okay. And without saying how, you were asked by Mr. Williams whether or not you had any information about whether Mr. Williams knew the gun was in the car. You remember that? Yes, when he was in?
No.
Okay. Well, without saying what he said, yes or no, did Mr. Williams indicate that he knew the gun was in the car? Without saying what was said?
No.
Are you certain?
What's the basis for the objection?
I just asked, was he certain?
I'll sustain this. I'll sustain it on the grounds.
Do you recall in answering the question no, would you tell the jury what it is that you are saying? What you understand my question to be?
I sustain the question's vague.
Do you have information regarding Mr. Williams' knowledge of the gun in the car?
Objection calls for speculation.
No, it doesn't.
You can answer it yes or no. And then we'll
Yes or no only. Did you have information regarding Mr. Williams' knowledge of the gun in the car? That's
All I'm asking, if you need to process it, please do before you answer. Because I'm only asking for a yes or a no.
No.
Okay? Do you recall ever indicating that you had such knowledge?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I have no further questions for Officer Monheim. However, we are asking to reserve the right to recall him.
All right, anything further, Mr. Steve or anybody else?
No, sir.
Anybody else have any other questions? Okay. Officer Monheim, thank you for your patience with us. We're going to go ahead and temporarily excuse you as a witness. I can't tell you when we'll call you back, but state will let you know. Don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay? And I'll give you plenty of time to come back and see us when we need you, okay?
All right, thank you.
Okay.
I apologize to the court. Before Officer Monheim is excused for the day, I'd like to ask one further question regarding that firearm, following up with what I just asked.
You can never ask one question, Miss Love. Okay?
Okay.
It's not going to happen. It's never going to happen. You always ask more than one question. I wish you'd just stop. Look, we'll see. Let's see if it's just one. I doubt it.
Watch.
Okay, all right, go for it.
Officer Monheim, can you give the jury the approximate distance from where Mr. Williams was seated in the car to where you found the gun?
Within his arm's reach.
Thank you, that's all that.
Any further inquiry, anybody? Okay, Officer Monheim, before you get asked any other questions, I'm going to go ahead and release you for the evening, okay?
Thank you, Honor.
And wish you the best. We'll talk with you later, all right?
All right.
Please don't discuss testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case. All right, thank you, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is 5:50 p.m. And consistent with our promises to you and stopping times, I would recommend that we stop for the day, okay? Let's go through a couple of things to begin with. The first thing is, let's cover go ahead and get rid of the ad nauseum admonitions out of the way. Okay, you're going to be not with us tomorrow, and then you'll have the weekend as a period of respite, and we'll come back on the 4th of December, right? Okay. All right, so we're going to come back for 9 o'clock on that day for anticipated 9:30-ish start time, okay? So that's the date and time we're going to have you report back. So over the next several days, just want to remind you of your admonitions, okay? Now that you've heard a little bit of some testimony in this case, I know that it might be tempting still, as I mentioned earlier, for you all to start talking amongst each other or having other people, in particular third parties, reach out to you and potentially start to talk with you about that. Remember, especially that is not an acceptable situation for you to be involved in. And remember, if anybody tries to talk with you about it, friends, family, or otherwise, I need to know about it. I particularly need to know if any third parties try and reach out to you, either via email, Instagram, or any other social media sites or somebody or third parties. I know you're not on social media, and I know you're not violating the court's admonition about posting, tweeting, or otherwise talking about this case. But if anybody tries to reach out to you in any way, I need you to contact Sergeant Ingram and let the court know immediately, okay? All right, so just over the next several days, and I'm going to ask you this daily, but nobody's supposed to be having any contact with you anyways. But, I just want to remind you that if somebody should, you need to report that to me so we can address it accordingly, all right? Okay. Is it okay for y'all to talk about the case as you're leaving here tonight? All right, how about going to the shuttle? Still not okay in the bathroom, right? Okay, all right, good. Okay, and are we going to talk about it with our beloveds and loved ones?
No.
Okay, all right. So remember, all the admonitions I gave you in particular still apply, especially the ones involving electronic media. Now that the case is getting a little bit more it may be covered in the press. I know there's a temptation for people to look or otherwise recap what's ever going on. That is not a valid source of evidence. That would be a violation. So please do not look at any print or other online or any other media, recapping this case, because that would be a violation of of the admonitions I gave you. So I know you all are going to be conscientious and continue to be conscientious about these particular issues, and we really appreciate that for you being so vigilant in that respect. So enough about that. Leave your notepads in the basket. We'll police up the basket. We'll get your notepads back on Monday morning. Okay, like I said, Ms. Omana secures those, and we do not read them, we do not touch them, and we'll go ahead and get that for you when you return on Monday morning. Go ahead and take a juror sticker, put it in a place that you can find it, so you can get back in here on Monday morning and identify yourself readily as being a juror in this particular matter. All right. Questions of me? Anybody? Okay, there's one of your member that still owes me some information about a medical test. And related to that, ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned earlier, just going to get my calendar out here right quick. Starting on the 18th, going through the through the 1st of January. That'll be our downtime period for you all to, prepare for the holidays and take a period of respite. Then we will start back up on the 2nd. So if you have any appointments that you need to go ahead and facilitate, that's a good period for you to kind of start to look at that. The other period I'd just kind of tell you up front will be the week of the 15th of January. That's the MLK weeks, the 15th through the 19th. If you have any other appointments or any other things you need to go ahead and take care of, go ahead and you can go ahead and book those at this point in time now without fear of running afoul of anything that we may be doing, okay? All right. Anything else of me? Any questions of me? Any questions, concerns, clarifications? Anyone? Okay. All right. All right, then, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much again for your patience and your understanding to be patient with us, and that you've given us continually throughout this process and will continue to give us. So unless you have any other questions of me, I'm going to go ahead and excuse you until Monday morning, and we'll see you for a 9:00 start time, and wish you well, okay? So we'll see you then. All right, all rise.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please see that various letters.
Okay, earlier we had a bench conference between the court, Ms. Love, Mr. Steele, and were you up here, Mr. Matthews?
Yes.
Okay, and that was when our microphone listening devices died. So just to put on the record that bench conference, it was written on a piece of paper by Ms. Love, who indicated at that point in time that she was going to advise Officer Monheim not to mention that Jeffery Williams was on probation. That was what we put up here on the bench conference. Counsel, do you have any additions or deletions to what the court covered?
No, sir.
Okay, I just want to make sure that that was our bench conference that we went ahead and put on the record. Okay. All right, councils, I believe that we also were going to cover or make sure that going to talk about the list of witnesses. So if you all had an opportunity to actually take a look at the dates that the court gave you, which would be the 18th through the 29th.
We have been looking at it, Judge, and we have some scheduled and reached out to these people. We are getting those from our colleagues that are across the way now. We were asking for them as we were finishing up, so we're trying to get them back.
Okay. Have all the defendants or their counsel, I should say, submitted those witnesses you wish to interview to the state? Have you all had conversation about it?
Judge, I can say on behalf of Mr. Williams, I sent an email to the prosecutors about, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock this morning. We've given them a list a few days ago. And we also sent another list this afternoon, telling them that we are available for the weeks of the 18th through the 29th. Ask them to give us some approximate dates or times whenever we make ourselves available. We are awaiting a response. We have indicated we're available. We just wanted to tell us what.
Your Honor, we got a list of 55 people from Mr. Adams, Mr. Steele, I guess on behalf of Mr. Williams and the rest of the defendants a few days ago, and that we have been working from. We have not had an opportunity to even look at what was sent this morning. We can't even respond.
Too good. Real boss beat, nigga got the woods. Pretty face, but I'm known for hitting jug. Yeah. Got him like, too good. To the yard, he ain't never leave his pretty on God. Bro, too good. Real boss beat, nigga got the hood. Real boss beat, nigga got the hood. He ain't never leave his pretty on God. Nigga got the hood. Nigga got the hood.
And I waited for you, but you never showed. Girl, where you at? Ooh, where you at?